No drones, just the bellies.
Oh yeah, I
Straight
need to get
straight
that
to hole.
web. I had my Michael Work drive on it too. It literally just like slows me all the way down.
Yeah, grappler. It's designed for frigates within like 2 to 3K.
Oh, what happened to? See someone get
He
clapped?
he tickled me, so I tickled him back, and his damn big went straight to hull in one hit.
Ooh, ooh, scary.
Yeah, I was like, oh gosh, turn that off. No, no, no. I'm like, I don't want the next hit to kill him.
I was like, damn.
Too strong. The power was too great.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely the grappler. That was amazing.
Yeah, man. I'm here. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try again. See, you wanna know, Belmont? They can't hear me because I'm on push to talk on Discord, but, you know, the reason why it was so successful, because like I said, obviously Goons came and, promoted my stream, number one, and number two, last night was a pretty significant event in EVE Online. I don't know if I can go back up. Yeah, here it is. You can read it up on it yourself, but that's pretty much the official thing from CCP. And there's also a bunch of salt posts and salt, just general salt, man. The same stuff you see in AC and Arena Commander. Okay. Is that better? Is that better? It should be better. Okay. Thank you for telling me that, because, yeah, sometimes I have to readjust the sound effects in this game quite often for some reason. Also, I'm scrolled really far in. Play with that in a second. There, how about that? I don't want it too loud, but I can. Put the speakers up a little bit. Alert box is as high as it goes. A little louder? Dude, it's max. My microphone is there. It's there. It's at maximum. I just didn't want it to pick up the fan behind me because it's fucking hot, dude.
93.
Yeah, I just turned down the music too, so there we go. There, everything should be equalized now. Yeah, it is. It is maxed on Streamlabs, absolutely. It should be fine.
Yowzers.
Well, that's because I'm actually, picking up my voice now. I'm kind of in chill, relaxed mode. I'm a lurk. Yeah, man, lurk away. Tell Moose. Oh, dude, test is all over fucking that last system from last night, too. So the importance of last night was because the system that was in question, is a center point in EVE Online. It literally cuts off or splits HISEC in the middle. Like, in order to get to where you're going now, it's going to take like 40-something jumps, apparently. But, yeah, it's disrupted logistics quite a bit for a lot of people. HISEC and NullSec players alike, so. Mission accomplished. And if you read that article I gave you, I don't know what you're doing right now, but at the bottom there you'll see that one of the systems that they wrote about in the article is the system that we're in right now, if you look at the stream title. So we're going to take the system. So like CCP drops hints like that to us, you know, yeah, we're gonna you know, it's a breadcrumb, so we took it. Speaking of other systems, let's take a look here.
Jeez, it's still going up tier 2.
So Edencom has got this system. Edencom's probably gonna get this system. I don't know if we're gonna go for this or not, but we're definitely taking this one.
Who needs rips? Who's primary?
I think Carmelia.
Oh, I did it. I'm at one point. I finally got some real standing. Yay! I've made the 1.0 marker with Trig standing. Oh my god, this grind is real for Trig reputation, man. You have no idea.
We're waiting on the floor display.
So the only way I'm going to get that many viewers again, probably, with EVE at the moment is, one, if I'm lucky, and two, if another system of importance goes into invasion or whatever, so... And this is my ship. My glorious triangle battleship with my other triangle bros. Burning down this motherfucker. In the name of Zoria. Well, hello there. Welcome back. We are continuing our crusade to burn down New Eden. And I'm off tomorrow, so I can sit here and do this all night, and I ain't gotta worry about nothing. This is gonna be a good week, man. I get paid on Friday. Everything is just going great right now. Just sailing, just riding the waves, you know? Finally caught some good ones. Oh yes, how could I forget? We are at 94% for this system before first limb.
When we get to 95 and the Stellar observatory spawns, the sun site, can I get you anything to go in and set it up?
Yep. I'll put hybrid in there.
It's time to meme.
Yeah, just stay in there.
Don't let your memes be dreams.
There's locus.
Got to share the glory with Twitch chat for the memes here.
Give me a couple of links.
Oh, dude, that's actually pretty tight, dude. You got a Dread skill book? That's awesome. Well, you can... I'm not close to a market hub right now, haha. But, I'm pretty sure you can sell that for a good bit, or you can just keep it.
I am 5 jumps out.
Or you can contract it to me for like 100 million, and I'll come get it.
How doesn't the court have a nose fit?
So what's it?
I said, how doesn't the corp have a Nurgle fit?
I know, right? It's an abomination.
What's his this? You drop your shit.
Why don't you do it for us?
Well, I am shit. That fits the. I
Because
am
my
a-
fit, there's just A types. That's all it has on it.
Well, anyone can just swap out the A types for, you know, whatever. Huh. Either my internet's crashing or I'm lagging out of the game. I think I'm disconnecting, or...
Cool.
Oh wait, it caught itself.
Anything with the corpse need, use ores, farm the checks. Shit, you put in there because.
Pull your drones in, pull your drones in, pull your drones in with the side.
Wait, what?
Gotta be efficient. Swarm's already out there, so they can finish it.
I thought I got it. There you go.
Apparently so. Apparently yesterday was record time. To be fair, I've only been around for 2 or 3 weeks
I
now.
don't even know if they have.
So, I mean,
Yeah, I know.
yesterday seemed kind of slow to me because, you know, I've never been in a fight that Edencom actually was putting up any real resistance, right? That was my first one of that kind of a...
I just used
System
my personal
push.
vehicle, and I just swapped out the vehicle
So,
for a long
With that said, apparently that was the fastest one on record.
because it's completely kept stable. And I need all the time.
Even with that, you know, significant pushback from Edencom yesterday, still did it in record time, apparently.
Yeah, that's not good though.
Well, 95.
Keep your eyes open for their side.
Guys, you see we killed them, right?
I'm 2 jumps out.
Nice. Even though we're down the gate.
Swarm might wanna get one quick with us.
You know what, guys? I think I'm actually going to turn this into
There we go. Quick
a
discussion.
series. You know, this is just going to be known as the Burn
Is that right?
HISEC series, and
I think that'll
when
be
I
the awkward
stream
pistachio
Eve,
bit.
it's just going to be doing nothing but flipping systems. So, and maybe more crazy shenanigans will happen more often, like last night, because holy shit, that was amazing last night.
Who knows?
Low sec Lima doctor, right?
Fuck Lima doctor.
I'm giving it that another 10-15 seconds of another site that's pop up will go smash the numbers.
Okay, I'm landing on the Naman gate and holding.
Alright, 1 second. Oh, just within decent range. Tricks on gate, you're clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone should. Casey,
Clear to fleet, or clear to warp to your.
we're just on walk to KCA if you want to go straight there. Yeah, where's rock to walk to you? Oh, this is going to be a quick sub.
I was about to say, too.
That site should be coming now.
96%.
Any second now. Focus down those battleships.
Battleship.
I don't see any battleships.
That one right there, the Raven, can't see it. I see a Raven. Drones in.
Is that for?
Where is the sun site going on?
You know what we want?
Yeah, we want that only half target debuff. And slow warping.
Get the R, bro. Go.
Yep.
Real shots, man. Stronger. If only we got it,
We do, and we go next to a pylon.
we could build the pylons and go onto the gate so that with everywhere else did. I don't know. It needs to be a disintegrator buff, but I'm surprised it's not.
I'm surprised that they dropped buff pylons and not just drop a Steve straight away. Just have the Steve shoot that station.
Stellar fleet deployment is up. Stellar fleet deployment is up.
Cool.
Go
That's
Black,
not
go.
going. Crabadot and Wolf. Zora's Diamondback is in route.
What was that logistics company called? Black Frog or Red Frog?
Red frog for HISEC, black frog for low and null.
Alright, that got here. As soon as I got here, the shot. There we go, boys. We now have the blessed only locking the 4 targets.
Anyone watching the movie?
Yes, it's been dropping.
Yeah, it's Stop the dog.
Yeah,
It wasn't that many. It was maximum of like 70.
60.
And then goes down to 50.
yeah, and it keeps dropping.
Oh yeah, it's been like 30 minutes since I looked at it. I was like, why? No, the last time you said something about the percentage, probably, yeah, I looked, I was watching it, it was like 100 people in there. It was like, there's strangely, I was thinking like, there's strangely still a lot of people in here for us to be like pushing this as fast as we are. So I looked at
Probably
fleet, and I'm looking
Full
at
drones, full drones.
Zeta, or them, and I'm like, we're still outnumbered in this system.
No, we've got 17 and
Not, no, not anymore.
and,
Not anymore, probably.
Yeah. And they've probably got about 10 in their fleet, so that's like 27.
I really received more reps, so 67% comp.
97%, boys!
Slowly but surely getting there.
Go forward,
DCT.
post up.
Yes,
I
yes.
lied. Hey, QT, are you on time? Can you move yourself out of my squad, please?
Pretty sure I said free win.
I wouldn't be booked away if I was there. Oh, nice. Cutie, Destiny, and nice. And listening to Spotify. All right, nice.
That's me as well. I don't know, it just shows, doesn't matter who you are.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Thank you, Crypto.
Oh, yeah.
And thank you for giving me the follow to make sure that my audio worked for my alerts now. I was disappointed that that wasn't working last night.
Well, I'd be a dick if I walk somewhere. like to Rodaro or something.
Not really.
I just canceled all my guys' work and just walked away.
Where's my frigate dupes? Come on. Oh, they got over, Jim.
Thanks for stopping by, guys. We're
Yeah.
continuing
yeah.
our crusade to burn
Osprey's here.
HISEC.
Oh, he's bold, showing up at this time.
Should be all welcome.
We could get a 2% tick and go straight to the first limit any second. Just gonna keep it.
Are you locking him? I'll lock him too.
Don't lock them. We give it away.
Yeah, well, I want to be able to instantly get my lap. Safety's good.
Are you serious on that? Really?
Why have we slowed down? What's going on?
I'll let you.
speed.
Nah, I wouldn't my guy there.
One Osprey is not going to affect it that much.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that Sonya person.
I wish I could put my computer.
You gotta admire the passion of that player, though, to at least try to obstruct us.
Trying to slow down the inhibitor.
She resists the flow, and she will be
Is it
extirpated or
everything?
whatever.
Full max targets, man. So it's
I think we did actually lose 2 or 3 people who were reshooting.
good, 98%. Yeah, I would go swap out to one of those settings. Backward warp, something like that. Who needs retro now, see?
Leave. Thank you.
Trying to.
Last time we were?
Just wait, we about to-
We are warping to FEU. I'll do the site and then I'll go swap out the gears.
Maybe it's a new OLID first time or something. Don't know. Maybe like I don't know.
You warp to MIR.
Hello. Swarm's already over there.
No, I want to kill him.
We need to land at the same site with them.
fixing up to join the Ahtila.
Well, let's take a gander at him. Karma Fleet. Sounds familiar. I think that's from last night.
I need reps on beep, please.
Good call.
Oh no.
Okay, we're going to let's do the Altari. Quickly fit out basic fittings and then we'll be back to it. No, this system's about to go low sec. As soon as it hits 100%, it'll go low sec. So it'll go 1%. Which will probably self-tick.
Going to be chuckles and shit.
What do you think, chat?
Alright.
Do you think I should go balls out and just stay in
I was
Lashak?
about to say, are you grabbing
Or should I go fit up a
I made
Tempest?
a wing free.
Yeah, put Carrot.
What do you think, chat?
As the wing leader,
Tempest or Lashak?
and then everybody.
Either
else
way,
can,
it's a battleship. Big dick in it.
like Fleet 1 or something like that.
We're fixing to go
Yeah,
low
they
sec.
go
I got
straight
all
down
of
the big
them.
one.
Yep.
Anybody in chat? Anybody? Lashak, Tempest? What y'all think? Wow, just dead silence in Twitch chat. Y'all disappoint. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna stick in the shack. Fuck it.
Literally probably another 2-3 minutes to go losing.
Income stock clearing sites, we're still clearing sites. But you're right, yeah.
Alright, everyone at wing 1, undock. Let me know in fleet or in boys, if you're still inside the station.
Alright, let's finish this up. Scout, maybe you up. Or sorry, wave it first. We'll start.
Is that our logic still with you?
Fucked up.
You fucked up.
Roll these four even comp players in the system, including Dark Zero and Sanabali.
Ah.
Scorpion first. Drones on the Raptor.
If a Roman fleet drops onto the right turret while we're here, stay tethered. There's a lot of Roman fleets in the system at the moment. We do not want to get multiple profit on us.
What's kind of funny is we managed to flip this to first line before Hercules flipped to window. Really good push over.
Look at Nonny South pushing like a boss.
Yep.
Steve's everywhere, that's why.
I was about to say, yeah, Steve's everywhere, so.
Then he gets attack spawns as always fleet. Billy, maybe Drake first.
Right. Are you out of the station, Ebro?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Which side are you in?
We are just about finished at NQB.
Go to JOA.
All right, here we go.
Don't forget to turn your hardness back on if you dock.
Dark Zero's just got the right tire in its value.
Okay, buddy. We'll blow you up.
It's gonna have to Ignatius just gonna have to warp off because I'm taking damage.
We need to go cast a reps against there. Don't we have a logic with us?
I am the Logi.
Ah, gotcha. Alright, I understand. Kill the Drake and then should be on the side.
What are you in with the live?
Just a scythe.
Here's the Osprey. The Osprey's at this side. Lock up that Osprey, guys. Take the wolf into the middle and everyone lock up the Osprey. Hopefully being completing that side will be enough.
Try to keep bumping him as well.
I hope it takes. I hope partner.
Drone spawns. Align to. You guys are on JOA, right?
That is correct.
TH. No. Yeah. Align THB.
Make sure you do not shoot in the air. Still HISEC. Don't want conflict. Kill the rats, kill the rats.
How far is she?
Perhaps on how you deflect this.
For me to switch to long range, that's for damn sure. I'm just gonna wait. As soon as the system goes, as soon as the system flips, I'm gonna blast her.
Yeah,
I haven't got you on watch list, so Don will have to rep you.
I reckon.
That'd probably be good because I'm getting quite a few advanced squad now.
No problem.
I think this is all what we want to see, Chad, is the death of Edencom. Well, it's coming. I just gotta wait. As soon as that thing goes 100%, it's a dead Osprey.
Good job pushing through, guys.
Oh, yeah, I just
Who just came in?
sorry, just our logic. Mr. Rattlesnake.
Well, at least I know it won't be shot at first.
Warp to the broadcast asteroid at 70, please.
If you're bumping that Osprey, try and bump it into the site. So most of business.
Rattlesnake, please warp to the broadcast asteroid at 70. They're coming out to you.
I'm trying to figure out what to
Go to your history tab in the second tab and right click on the broadcast and just say warp out to 70. Drones in the Kira, guns in the room.
100% guys. Oh, Osprey's gone. He's
Yeah, since I saw them getting further away, I knew they were aligned.
Everyone, safety's to yellow. Everyone, safety's to yellow.
Safety's yellow, everyone.
That should just pop. No 100%. Just fucking just limp.
So the Drake, Basilisk. We are currently at
site's
THB.
complete.
Warp past at THB when you're ready.
Yep, our site's complete. Fully drones with you guys.
Then we can finish up and go together to walk down the observatory flashpoints.
We'll get down.
Like we
It's
get
stuck on
There it
100.
is.
There you go.
Good work, boys.
Here it
First
is.
down.
First liminality. Kill the Scorpion first. Drones in here.
Doesn't look like security status has dropped yet.
Yeah.
Still 41 on local guys, and we've only got 25 complete. Okay, so can I get you to keep an eye on Swamp for invites?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's bugged too.
So Don, me and you are pretty much the only remote groups besides the Ekis, so the only game.
Alright.
There we go.
Cool.
Okay, pull drones, pull drones. We're gonna go to walk out the observatory flashpoints. You guys
We'll
will
start with, yeah, we're all here. Yep. We'll start with MEF. MEF in.
Align MMM. Align MMM.
Everyone aligned to MEF in.
Just as a comment, I'm going to be heading off as soon as we lock down the flashpoints.
Oh, good. I was thinking we might do the same, but we'll see what people want to do. Because yeah, we don't have any logic, so at this point doing them will be very hard with what we've got. Okay, everyone should just be aligned and up to speed. I'm going to walk that way. Walk the fleet now. someone keep an eye on D-scan for me. I don't see anything.
Just us right now.
We would be honored if you
Sit
would
right
join
here.
us.
Don't need to move unless you need to get within optimals, but don't get outside of 30 k's of the fleet. Go to town.
Deja voodoo? No, I'm on the trig side, man. We're making it go limb. Thanks for the
Just
follow.
remember there's a max of 4 targets now, so only lock up 2 at a time in case we get dropped. Groups Alexander.
New York. Oh.
Let's know if aggro changes. Oh, nice. Shows a lot of users. Good, drones in. Everyone aligned to KNO. Ignore this fleet, I'll walk off.
You KNO, you better align.
Bring back your Vespa direct.
Another star bites the dust.
5 seconds and I'm walking.
Full drones, everyone. Full drones.
Walking out.
We get glory and reputation. That's what we get. We get pretty decent loot out of the dread sites too.
Can you believe the Arja wasn't here 24 hours ago?
I know that.
This is nuts. I gotta say, this
Yeah.
escalation is I kind of.
Nope, it's about sending a message.
I think Edencom has well and truly gutted at this point. The Gilly only turned up for this system. Right, Executive Scorpion is primary. Broadcast for room seating.
Was being shot.
Looks like this side. It's broadcasting for shield.
Oh, good.
I really want to know why all these Kyrins are burning so far out. You can't even hit us from here.
I can.
I'll tell you why, because they stick by the V target that they're repairing or launching ship.
Will these remain lock after downtime?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I know, anyway.
Alright, that is going to be it for Karis, Trace, and Selena. We're going to dock up and have a sleep.
Cool. Good job, guys. Thanks for all your help today. It's been good.
Do we have a station here we can dock at?
It's just that one rotary.
Which rotary?
Londres Nova. The post one is still anchoring.
Alright, Launchers Nova it is.
I'll walk the fleet.
Could also option to go to the morning if they want to after that.
Yeah, we could push it
Yeah,
on back.
that could be interesting. It's
That
not
would be
like
a
you
good
come from turn up there.
Yeah, that might
How
actually be a
far
good
away
idea.
is it? Yeah,
Four
how
jump.
far away is it? Oh, 4
It's-
jumps easy as. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's just push Noni back to Matter Victory. Well, I guess not me, because I'm going to be logging. Right,
No.
thank you for the fleet. Thank you for the assistance. Did you manage to kill it Osprey or did you warp off?
He warped off right as
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, they were aligned the whole time.
Yeah,
We were
our
doing this,
tackle
yeah.
on bump wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I was
Hey,
trying with
can
my
we bump
damn
these
back.
guys though? Hold on. Or are those the Shraxars?
They're not on fleet, they're not ours.
Yeah,
What about
and please.
Well,
Yeah, just try.
They are tethered, so we can't touch them.
Can't we bump them onto it?
Sure can.
I have a micro warp drive. We can.
All on minus
Can't bump it.
warps.
I mean, a catalyst just warped in.
Yeah, catalysts don't do anything except for ganking. They're not really only use.
Moving on the Lashaks.
Yeah, if they're just AFK tethered, we can go kill them.
I feel like we should walk over to the other rotator and back to get closer.
Nah.
We're already on the way, sure. I'm going for final diva. Missing a little bit.
Yes, we are actually doing this, by the way, chat.
Good bump.
Now we're talking. Now we're
Good
talking.
bump. Good bump.
Nice.
They both don't docked up now. Okay.
Not AFK rips.
Cool, everyone set your destination to Noni.
Alright.
Anyone who does not want to come and catch this fleet walk, dock up now. Give you 10 more seconds to dock up now if you do not want to come to Noni. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, walking us. Jump on contact with the gate.
I do hope one of these days we can do one of a flashpoint as it was intended by design with the 15 battleships.
I guess if you had like 6 Guardians and 9 Imperials, sure.
Just less sharks and nesters.
Actually, yeah, less Shreks and Nesters, that would be good. It's what, like 2 to 1 ratio?
Yeah, if we had like 2 nesters with us. So, good.
Alright, take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Cheers, mate. Everyone.
Yep. Oh man. Shit, I got stuck on the station.
Okay, everyone make this way to Noni. Hold on the Noni gate to the side of Hilernia.
What's your fleet comp? You mostly armor?
Yeah, our fleet's all armor.
Yeah, no, I will head back to Cheetah and I'll grab my Rediva.
Appreciate it.
So what are we going to go do now? Push a system to minor victory or something, or?
So it was already a trick minor victory. It's now come up for re-invasion by Edencom. So we're going to push it back to minor victory for us again.
Okay.
It'll be very easy because there'll be web posts up everywhere. And, if they get attacked, they spawn as a real fleet. So the fleet kills everything.
Yeah, there's also
So we won't have to worry about roam wings very much. It'll just be a side push.
yeah, and then also there's the pre-spawn gate camp fleets. That more like occasionally, so God was pretty handily.
It's just like Iro, except it's in our favour this time.
The Eldari Navy is getting desperate.
I very highly doubt that Edencom will show up to try and take this. I tried earlier today to get them out of Ahtila and go to Noni. I was like, Noni's up, go, quick, you gotta take it. And they were all like,
MLG
the
Doritos.
timing is pretty great though, like Ahtila is close to Layman and their worst time zone. It's like they couldn't do anything starting they tried. So it's money. Easy money. Be honest, honestly, since this is gonna go 75%, we honestly could probably just take time and run stagings.
Yeah, there's code in Nani.
sorry, say again.
There's 18 members of code in Nani.
Oh, nice. Do you have anything on D-scan? Alright, everyone hold on the Noni gate.
whole bunch of capsules. I'm pretty sure they were out here and already got somebody.
Alright, everyone should remember the rules around what code is in the system. If code land, I don't want everyone yelling code is landing. I want the person that gets locked to call out in the third person, call out what your name is and say I'm being locked, and then everyone with remote rear will lock that person and put reps on them. It's 100% guaranteed that you will survive. Haven't lost anyone yet to code, just because we will provide reps. Alright, everyone that's here on the gate, jump in. Gate's clear. I'm gonna pick the taco shop as our point of call. Bring the fleet to the taco shop now. So if you're still trailing behind, which you shouldn't be because I was fleet walking, yeah, jump into Nani, gates clear, and walk to the taco shop.
I got the fucking screen. Yeah.
I don't see a taco shop.
No, we can't dock at the taco shop. I only saw it because it was on grid. Okay, we're going to go to Hammer and Forge. Hammer and Forge by Tari is going to be our home in the system. So dock up. I'm going to take a 10-15 minute break and then we'll get stuck in.
Alright boys, you heard him.
I'm gonna head off to bed.
Fleet
then.
is
I will
taking a
see
15-minute
you guys
break
tomorrow after work.
Cheers.
So I'm gonna go scrounge around in my kitchen and try to find me something to eat, since McDonald's down the street from my house is always tripping and on some bullshit. I'll be right back.
We would be honored if you would join us.
I have returned, chat.
That what? Someone's dying? What?
They have no standings.
What? Everybody should be doctored now.
Maybe they're late to showing up.
Also, it seems that code just left as soon as we got here.
was panic in Central City today after a gun battle erupted onto busy streets. One police officer was killed and 4 others hospitalized after a law enforcement sting operation went horribly wrong. The afternoon of carnage ended with one of the suspects later identified.
Alright guys, I'm back. Alright, who's in comms? Who we got? Got a couple of extras, cool. Quite a few. So squad 5 is all one guy, except for Holy Flip. So the guys down in squad 7, so that's Blex, Ignatius and Storm. Do you guys have your own shield logi since you're running shield ships?
No, I swapped that out for a Rediva.
Rediva, cool. I'll move you up to this fleet.
I have to get my standing up with the trigs before I can do anything with the system. Same with Lex.
Cool, so you guys will just be running in little ships? Sweet. That was my biggest fear, was that we'd pull some swarm guys and they'd still be in shield fits, and I'd be like, well, we can't do much to help you if you get shot. We'll try to rip you, but I mean, you know. Okay, sweet. So everyone should be at the Hammer and Forge. I'm undocking now. Alright, everyone set your safeties to green. Okay, if code comes back and tries for a gank, I don't want anyone to shoot
Thanks,
him.
bro.
I want to see no suspect timers in this fleet at all, because I don't want to get ganked by Concord for ripping someone suspect timer, and Concord comes and smacks me. Just to reiterate, if code lands on top of us with a bunch of catalysts to gank someone, I want no one to yell out that code's coming in. I want the person who gets locked to say in the third person who they are, and if they're being locked, everyone else that has remote reps at that point will lock onto that person and put their reps on. Okay, I'm going to walk the fleet to HCI. Stations.
It would appear so. I have long range. I can slow burn out and take care of those.
That's the final spawn anyway. Just kill whatever's close. We'll just spawn more stuff in the middle. We'll just sit here. Load long range ammunition.
Roger that.
Who's been shot? Forecast for rips.
sad. When Triggs kills somebody now, the wreck is yellow instead of white.
Oh yeah, true. We had that earlier today. We killed a Loki in Ahtila. He was taking on a trig fleet at the Raitaru, and we decided to rip the trigs, and he couldn't get away. He was locked down by their scram, and he couldn't go, so he died. And we leave the camp. Easy 600.
Oh. That was stupid of me. I didn't turn my damn modules on. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh, I know. I'm too stoned to care more about that damn music going. Oh man, why? Why you do this, YouTube? You always do this.
Cool. Just pull your drones in. Once these drones come in, the infiltrator ones.
Bad drone daddy is bad.
If you lose those infiltrator ones, it's your problem.
There you go.
There's that tennis. Let's see what this side looks like. So keep an eye on local. We're at 45 at the moment. Can't see any code in the system at the moment. So I'm pretty sure we have codes to read. They would show up if we did. Another one. Alright, we'll just sit here and we'll kill these. They're nice and close. Drones out, kill those frigates. Guessing someone will solo on these sites, and then this mini swarm they can hack it and they left. Drones in, site's finished.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, that was the last swarm, so we kill it from the points. And we'll fleet to the next one.
So just in case you're wondering, chat, we're not in Ahtila right now. We're in Nooney. This system got reinvaded, and we're pushing it back to a minor victory right now, so I don't know if there's another fleet up or not. It doesn't look like it. I think everyone's burnt out from last night, so
Alright. Thank you. It's strange. I actually haven't been into a re-invasion system. There's a lot more sites up there. We're still on fire since we've also been focusing. There's no staging areas in these like 6 floors up. Good farm. Nice and easy HISEC. Cool. Full drones in. Walk complete in 5. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So, to the new 2 new rows, how much damage do you need to give for you neutral? We have had a few recently, eating commies come over and join the trick side, so there have been a couple of people that I needed one and needed to find it back.
Yes, Eden commie defectors.
Oh, it's Ahtila.
Realizing the error of their ways, coming to our side. They have seen the light and the glory of the triangle. Realizing that Edencom can't Triforce, they succumbed. Oh, hey, Belmont. You know, steady as she goes. It's a slower night like I anticipated. You know, it's just, you know, a chill thing. We're just going around, you know, just kind of, you know, what would be the great analogy? What would be a good analogy for what we're doing right now? Trimming the hedges. That's a tall order, Belmont. Middle of fucking summer in Georgia. Let me turn my fan off.
Damn, this is going to be a nice percentage increase. It's going to get a nice 68%.
I'm pretty sure the quality of the audio sounds a lot different. Traitors of the Emperor? Oh yeah, it was totally just the fan, dude. What? How are we traitors to the Emperor, Tal Dodge? Are you a filthy Eden commie? Come to talk Banta. Ah, yes, you are an Eden commie. Well, welcome to the stream, brother. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the follow, by the way. I must have been AFK when you did it. Getting me a bagel sandwich. It was delicious. In case y'all are wondering. So tell me, Tal, like, why are you so interested in preserving the status quo of Eve? Why are you so resistant to this dynamic change to New Eden? I wish to learn more of the Edencom perspective. Indulge me, please. It'll give something for our Twitch chat to talk about. It'll be a little engaging here. Oh, you're over there now. Okay. What you doing in there? Ah. So are you with the goons or Test? Or somebody else? Because when I left the system I saw the goons and Test sitting off the gate.
Neither. Well, did you not expect me to notice? Come on, I'm a cut above, man. That sucks. Did you rep a rat by accident? Then bug report it. Because if you have standings in the trigs and they shot you and you did nothing to provoke it, I would put a ticket out for that.
Put your drones in, guys. Put your drones in.
So what group are you with, Taj? Don't make me have to look you up in the game. I'm too lazy for that. Are you code or something? Don't leave me in suspense here. I like to get to know my audience. Just a solo player, huh? Alright then. See how it is. What, like the third wave of rats in the sites? So what are you using? When I solo these sites? Hard to participate. How's it hard to participate? All you have to do is join the Carbonaut Swarm channel in game and next up for fleet. It's pretty simple. Glory to the Horde, huh? What's going on here? Oh my god. Oh, that's good, Belmont. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that, man. If you don't want to fleet up and you really want to do it solo, then I would suggest getting in a Drekavac or a Lashak and putting triple reps on it. You know, like triple armor repairs. And then just sit there and tank that shit. Put some cat batteries in your mid slots. And a proc mod. And whatever the fuck you want in the high slots, I'd recommend, you know, the single laser, 2 salvagers, and a tractor beam. And possibly an MTU in the cargo hold. And then whatever the fuck you want the low slots to be outside of your reps, damage control 2, maybe a couple of those membranes or whatever the fuck they're calling them nowadays.
Come on, APs.
If you have problem with, you know, cap still, then put a rig in. That's the best way to do these sites solo. It's just triple rep in a battle cruiser or a battleship. Is what I recommend. That's what I do. We are doing the Edencom forward post.
Yes, here it is right here. This is what I use. See, I have a cat battery here, cat recharger. You know, triple reps, like I said, a couple of these membranes, damage control, and a reactive hardener. Whatever drones you want to use, like, you know, if you, whatever ship that'll fit something like this, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I know they're nerfing it, man, but that's not for, what, another couple of days?
So if someone else wants to take over at that point, it's pretty simple what we're doing. We're just going side to side.
I'll adjust. It's no big deal.
Not sure if Dom's here. I think he's AFK at the minute. Pretty sure he'll be keen to take over. Anyone else is welcome.
Besides, even if they do nerf the shit out of these ships, like you could do it solo in a fucking Tempest or a Vindicator or a fucking hell, a Megathron even. You can use a tier 1 battleship and do these fights solo. You just gotta fit it right. And if you manage to have something with an yeah, okay, well then there you go. If I had the money to get a Vindicator, I'd go buy one right now and be using that instead of Lashak. But I just don't have $1 billion to spend on a damn battleship right now, so, you know, you feel me? Let's scare that courser. I'm gonna boo it. Boo. Yeah, you better get the fuck out of here. Oh, he's warping toward us. Trig menace. You call us a menace? We're the answer to everything wrong with EVE Online right now. Are you kidding me? The Care Bear has become too complacent. They must be dislodged from their safe spaces. I just want you to think how many systems could be saved if the Care Bear would just put down their miners and pick up a fucking sword. Think of how many of these sites could be run with all those mining bots. I mean, hell, if miners really wanted to fight back, they could. They could literally just come out here with a bait orca and literally just rip the orca while they're killing the shit with drones. Like, there's so many things that people could do to fight back against the Trig invasion, but they don't. And that's the point of this whole thing. This is the message we're trying to send. These people are too quick to complain on the forums about shit, and are so unwilling to do anything about it themselves. Always looking for someone else to fight their fights for them, etc. We would have taken Niraj last night, even if the goons didn't come help us. It just would have took us longer.
So your gear standings tick every 15 to 20 minutes, and it's based off of the largest NPC that you've killed. So if you kill a battleship, it's 0.04, and an elite battleship is the highest you can get in HISEC, just doing these, which is 0.05. 0.05.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, Twitch chat. I don't like dying. No one likes dying in a video game. But if someone comes out here and
Best
for
way of
example,
expanding
and
is
you know,
to
ganks me
build
in my Lashak,
income
I'm
authors,
going to laugh. I'm not going to care. My org slash
or
corp alliance whatever
intrigue
will
sites,
replace the ship instantly.
which are those
I
two
don't
sites that we run
worry
during.
about stuff like that. But see, the Eden
But
Com
you need
players
a good amount of people
do,
on this.
the Care Bears do worry about stuff like that, right? No one wants to lose their precious shinies. What's the fucking point of having a precious shiny if you're not going to use it? You know? Yeah, that's all we are. We're exclusively 100% Triangle over here in Strigbog, Subclade. If you want to join us, we just set up a New Bros organization. Yep, we're 100% Triangle over here. We're all in. Because guys, when you've been playing the game for so many years, okay? You know, when stuff like this happens, you know, we jump on it because we want to see how far it goes. We want to see where CCP is going to take the story of the game, right? You know, of course, there is the dichotomy of development where whichever side wins is going to determine the outcome of the game's story, which makes it truly a unique sandbox in my opinion, because the player's actions in the game matter. I believe that it matters more to be on the Trig side than it does to be on the Edencom side. Just me, right? You know, the money is nothing but a side thing for me. You know, I can just go rat and level 4s and HISEC all day long and make the same amount of money I'm doing right now, right?
Hey,
you know, I could mine in my Orca and make 30 million ISK a belt if I really wanted to, right? Money is not the point of this at all.
I want to see if we can
It's about the cause. It's
So
about
there's
bringing a meaningful
an
change
anchoring
to the game.
in that site, if it's just one person or a group of small group of people.
Disrupting all
And
this
the
stuff is a great idea, in my opinion. Like, it's not just the HISEC Care Bear that gets affected. The null blocks get affected too, because you're not going to be able to have easy access to these trade hubs. Now, you know, unpopular opinion, you know, but you know, you can't call yourself an empire in null if you're completely, you know, reliant or using these trade hubs as a crutch, right? You should be self-sufficient if you're going to be an air quote empire, right? So, you know, a true empire wouldn't shudder at this. They would relish in it. You want to know why? Because, you know, they would make so much more money. Because if the empires become unreliable, right, and the player empires become more reliable for what ammo, fuel, what have you, then that there's going to be a migration to that part of space or that area or that whatever, right? Which is going to change the market hub economy, like, you know, or just location. Like if Jito were to burn, like actually burn down completely, right? I think most people in the game would flip their shit, right? Because, you know, they would realize real quick just how reliant you are in Jita, right? I mean, because think about it. It's like, oh, you need to fit a ship, go to Jita. Oh, I need a skill book, go to Jita. Oh, I need ammo, go to Jita, right? What if there was no more fucking Jita? What if there was no, I'll just run to 4-4 and get me a battleship? That's what I want to see happen, personally. Exactly. And you know what that does? It creates an apocalypse level scenario in EVE Online, and I think that's amazing.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Lunatic, thank you for the follow. Well, yeah, that's what this game has boasted all of its existence, right? I mean, honestly, no one knows what's gonna happen or the full extent of this. Like what if Caldari gets their shit kicked in so hard, then all of a sudden the super secret Uber Black Ops fleet just comes out of nowhere and just destroys us, right? Like, how much of a difference? Like, which one had more people? Was it the Edencom Discord or our Discord? Z, with a plural with an S. Maybe. If it pops up. It really depends on what happens. Like, you know, people say that when you click on these incursions here, that they're random. Silence. Don't you tell me what's good or bad for me. You're not my real dad. Whatever pops up is what we look at it from a strategic view. Does the star go? Yeah, I'm with you, Nate. I don't think it's bullshit. I don't think it's random at all. I think that's complete bullshit. I really think that CCP handpicks these systems. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. I think they just say that so that... No, I think that's a flat-out lie. CCP is entirely too structured on their shit to randomize it. Yeah, exactly. I think that point was made on the SALT forums earlier, either yesterday or today, that if it was random, then it could totally affect a rookie system or a starter system, and that's totally not going to happen, which denotes that there are systems that it can't affect, therefore it's not random. You know, JITA being under construction like it is right now, I mean, it's a clear giveaway, you know. All this Caldari space that we're taking right now, it just really seems to me that JITA's gonna fall. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, I know, right? That's just not gonna happen. You know. I really think that's another step. I mean, you know, the lore is kind of weird on that, but you know, if the enemies are drifters and these rogue drones, then yeah, wormhole space would be the place to go next. Well, if that's the case, then that means we can leave New Eden forever, and we don't ever have to come back to this Care Bear Fest. Yeah, you can, and then, you know, they nerfed Steve, but, you know, that's fine because we would rather catch our prey anyway. Well, I guess we'll just have to purge them from the Holy Land, won't we? They won't have an excuse at that point. Well, sure. But we can do that ourselves. Maybe, maybe not, you know. It all depends on what we can and can't do in these trig systems, right? Like how far is CCP gonna take the null mechanics in the trig systems, right? I think, or will there be new trig space mechanics? Who knows, right? But let's just say they say with, you know, what we have, right? Well, what are they gonna let us do, right? I mean, there's bubbles, there's sinos, there's capital ships. These are the three big ones, right, that people talk about when it comes to this shit, right? So let's talk about capital ships, right? So, in my mind, at bare minimum, they should at least let us build cap ships inside of these systems, and they're just in those systems forever, right? They can't leave. They're there forever. That's one way. That should be bare minimum, in my opinion. Sinos, that's, you know, that's a touchy subject. So we're just gonna let that, you know. Oh yeah, wormholes always, there's always a static wormhole every day in these systems, right? But nothing big enough to get a capital ship through. I haven't seen a large one before. And then, of course, there's bubbles, right? You know, I have mixed feelings on the bubbles. So, you know, I think that they should be a different type or a limited type of bubble. Well, that's what I'm saying. That I mean, that's exactly right. That's all I'm saying. Like that should be the bare minimum right there. And then, of course, there's the standings.
We would be honored if you would join us.
ZebraWorks, thanks for the follow. And then, of course, there's the standings in a loyalty point store, right? That's something that, you know, hasn't really been talked about much. Yes, you do. So if you look here on my screen, you can see I have my probe scanner up. And the ones you want to do, if you're pro trig, that's cool, man. I get it. It's fine. I handle a lot of new bros. You want to go to the Edencom forward and staging post if you want to fight for the trigs. If you want to fight for Edencom, you want to go to the emerging conduits and minor conduits. That's how that works. All you have to do is push Control P, or is Alt P? Alt P on your keyboard and it opens up your probe scanner so you can see. And of course, if you wanna join a fleet, you know, join this in-game channel, and that's your gateway into the trig community right there. From there, you can find, you know, different corps and stuff that are within the trig community to join, etc. Yeah, sometimes we clear them pretty fast, man. All you have to do is open up your little trig menu here, and you can see. Actually, no, fuck that. There's another website that we have. I just don't remember what it was. Hang on, I gotta find it. Oh, is it car? Oh, I think I know what it is. Yes, this is it. I found it's Kybernaut Swarm. It's in chat.
We would be honored if you would join us.
And if you look there, and thanks for the follow. Yes, so CCP increased the number of invasion systems from 3 to 6. That's why you notice it. So anyway, the last link I'd linked, you can see what systems are minor victories. And for all of you new bros that just want to get your feet wet, you know, into this invasion content, I would recommend going to a minor victory system and grinding out reputation there, because you'll have the safety of high security space, and of course you can do this. You'll want to do the staging areas first. You know, if you have a battleship that you know that you can do, if you can solo level 4s, you can do these sites. You just got to fit your ship correctly. Just make sure that if you're using shields, do your shields right. I recommend a Tempest. Because, and then you want to do triple reps on it. And if you can't fly a Tempest, then a Megathron or a Hyperion. And if you're a shield boat guy, I don't tell you. I'm not really big in the shields. I'm an armor guy. I use armor boats, so it's very rare I use a shield ship. I think Last time I was using shield ships is when the Drake was still good. Yeah, the the rattlesnake's a really good one. Macarial as well. Macarial's a good one. I forgot about the pirate faction ships, but yeah, those are rattlesnake's pretty good. But you're a juicy target. But if you're going to be in a HISEC space, then you know. Now, you can do these sites in Macarial. Yep. Yeah, that is another way to do these sites. Is just to park on the Sino. Oh yeah, here's another pro tip for you guys if you're gonna be doing these sites. So when you warp into these sites, you'll see this is what it looks like, right? You'll want to look somewhere in this area for these asteroids, right? This is what you want to look for. Something in either this area, or over here in this area, right? You'll just click around a little bit until you hit one, and what you want to do is you want to warp within 70, and what it'll do is it'll put you on either side of this Sino right here, and you'll be in optimal range with your blaster fit weapons. Now, I recommend blasters and not snipers because you have to be... What the fuck are we doing?
We're here now. Good. I've got that.
Are we going to an eating comp site?
Yes, we are, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to form incomes
if you would
by
join
the NPCs.
Not bad standing. It's just you probably want to warp out again.
Yeah, they
Yeah. The other says just walk out straight away. Yeah.
they killed the other one, so never mind.
Dang it.
I only have two.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Look at the blue boys.
Well, those other ones are way
Thank you for the
out.
follow.
Yeah, so I kind of have to. Myself between
Yes,
them,
yes, I am repping Trigs right now.
Yeah, I feel that's not good.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Tecmo, thanks, bro.
Right, off to the next forward.
Yeah, I just start repping. If we come to these sites, I immediately start repping them so that.
Straight away. And we are walking to OPE. Go back to the rattlesnake. Flick. Try and find that rattlesnake guy again. Is he? He's not even local anymore, is he? No, he's gone. Dang it. That would have been juicy.
So that's how we're warping on top of this, by the way. So.
I just dropped back into the Praxis site, and as I landed, I received 4.5 million. Thank you.
Why not push for Trigs?
Very nice. Well worth not sticking around in the force with us. should still be getting standing sticks though, because you're in the system, not docked.
Because personally, I want to see an actual real dynamic change to New Eden. Well, if you're a veteran player, it really shouldn't affect your gameplay, should it? You'll just simply adapt and overcome to the new climate that you're gaming in, right? Yeah, you'll want to use at least one plate.
We make up roughly around 20.
Just make sure you throw a cap recharger and a cap battery in your mid slots if you're gonna solo.
Trenton.
Yeah, it's decent-isk, man. And if you're doing it by yourself, it's just really good.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, yourself?
I was just wondering if you were still picking up invites from Kybernaut Squad. I think a lot of our
I have not been looking, unfortunately. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of our Aussie bros are starting to log in, and I put out a ping to say ask for them to join you.
Oh, well, there it is, guys. So we're fixing to.
As well as to join your comp.
Yeah, if you guys want to come join us, make sure you join Kybernaut Swarm.
Yeah, I'll do it.
By yourself, I think you make 10 million-esque.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Cheers, man. See you.
You know, and then you could take it a step further, and you know, once you clear the site, you know, you could salvage it, right? So let me. I showed this earlier. Let's see if I'm gonna show it again. Call it Zoria's Glory. And yeah, I put salvagers and a tractor beam on it, so that when I'm soloing the sites, all I have to do is just salvage what I kill. You can take it a step further and put 3 salvagers on there and put an MTU in the cargo hold. But the only problem with this is that, I mean, obviously it's got a very small cargo hold, so you're not going to be able to carry that much loot. So that's why I recommend bringing a salvager all behind you in the battleship and doing it that way. No, you're not doing it wrong. You know, if there's a better way to do it, by all means. You know, you could replace one of your rig slots for one of the cap thing, whatever it's called. Shit, what is it called?
You're lucky. My wife just threatened me with the Hoover.
It is called a large capacitor control unit. Why don't you use one of those? That'll change it. But yeah, this is what it looks like, bro. Like, I'm not joking. Like, this is not a meme. This is legit. This is what I use to solo these sites.
First love, it turned out. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bringer, if you heard that.
You know, if the battleship's not working out for you because of your skills or what have you, then just use the Drek. Just use this ship. this works. Trust me, it works. No problem. If you're in Kybernaut Swarm, I can drop the fit for you, and you can see, and you can save it. Or maybe I'm retarded and I'm doing it wrong, but who knows? It works for me. I haven't died in that ship, so. No, it totally works. If I know they're gonna nerf the trig ships here in the next couple of days, but as it stands right now, that ship right there will make you a shit ton of money. Yep. Also, more pro tips with the trig ships. So you're going to have 3 different ammo types when you use this ship. You're going to have the close range, which is called Tetrion. This is usually between 15 and 20 kilometers. Then you're going to have the Baryon, or Baryon, whatever. That's going to reach anywhere between stock, it'll reach between 27, 36 kilometers in that area, right? The Mason, or Mason, whatever it's called, will go up to 60 kilometers stock. But if you use the sensor boosters and tracking computers and shit, you can get its range up to about 75 kilometers, which makes it a sniper. So you have all spectrums of range on one gun. So that's what makes it. That's what makes the trig ships really nice. Essentially, I can turn my laser from or turn my ship from a brawler to a sniper just by simply changing the ammo type. The Drek I'm running, for example, this is the one that we use for the fleet, right? I mean, the mid slots, everyone has their own different mid slots, but I personally like, you know, being able to reach far, you know, because these guys like to kite the rats out sometimes, or sometimes they just spawn really far away. So I'm able to shoot at all distances for the most part. You can make the laser a little bit more effective by sacrificing one of these tracking computers, for example, and putting in a target painter. You eke out just a little bit more damage that way. But not a lot. It's more noticeable when you start, like, leveling up in the disintegrator skill. You know, once you get into the Tech 2 variant of the weapon, that's when you start seeing the target painter with that gun make a difference. Yes, we are. Absolutely autocannons. Let me see if I have my Tempest fit or it's just saved. Kyber cannon? Is this what it is? That's the fleet variant though. Not Red Falcon. Also fleet variant. So yeah, you could just take the tracking computers off, take the sensor booster off, right? And you can just, let's see here. How did I have it fit the last time? 2 of these. That. 2 repairs. Yeah, so swap these out for dual reps. I dual rep this one, not triple. But I use the better reppers. I don't use the cheap ones or the Tech 2 ones. I use like a pirate version or maybe an A type or a C type instead. Like I said, you can change out targeting computers and put in target painter if you want to, or you can run smart bombs. It's always a good choice. I like the Tempest. It has options. Yeah, that was my bad. I got confused. I just used 2, but yeah, just use either an Imperial Navy or Federation repper. Use 2 large ones. That'll keep you alive. Drones or whatever your preference are. I mean, obviously, you're fighting faction rats when you're doing this, so depending on what part of space you're doing it in is going to be dependent on what type of drone you use, etc. Yeah, every time you clear a site, you get paid. And then of course there's all the salvage and shit, and the loot from the wrecks. The only imbalance is that the Edencom players do get better loot and do get better salvage because they're killing trig ships, right? We're killing fucking Empire ships here, so yeah, there's definitely an imbalance with the loot. Absolutely. Yeah, that's another thing as well, the Trigs. You know, we only have a dreadnought. We don't have a carrier. We don't even have a command ship, man. Like, and the only covert ops ship we have is a tournament fucking ship. And I'm just like, the fuck, man? So, I mean, there's a lot of things that I would like to see added in, or at least given some kind of access to. I don't even think we have a Black Ops ship. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself too, Tal. I really legit keep telling myself that. It's all stuff that's coming. And where are you drawing that conclusion from? Is that written down somewhere? There was a thing earlier I saw about the, what's it called? Trig ship balance. I just didn't click on it. If you've got it on deck, you can link it in stream. I'll look at it. I know it's in one of these damn Discord channels somewhere. I just don't fucking know what channel it's in. There's so many channels in these Discords. It drives me fucking nuts. Damn it, where is it? Fuck my life. This sucks, dude. I said that Duke Nukem. I need that Duke Nukem fucking soundboard. Where is it? Again, you're free to link all this stuff in Twitch chat. In fact, link this talking in stations that you and so many others have spoke of, and I'll stop my 80s music and I'll listen to it right now. Be right back. Okay. Caldari rats are weak to EM, so I mean, yeah, I mean, load EM ammunition, and I mean, hell, you can come out here with, you can bring your Tempest out here with us, dude, if you really want to. But if you want to do it solo, then yeah, I would try Caldari first. Just make sure you get EM ammunition. You know, just you can right click on it, go to show info, and then go to attributes, and then just make sure the ammo you're using is the correct ammo. Because remember, if you're gonna solo, you need to min max the damage as best you can. You need to also be using drones that do EM damage as well. Somebody in chat correct me if I'm wrong about that, because I'm fairly positive Caldari were weak against EM. And now let's see, let me turn this off real quick.
It's Matterall, let's talk EVE Online. It is August the 18th, 2020. It's a Tuesday. Here with a few friends to talk to you about momentous things that are happening inside of the game. For the first time, we've seen HISEC map change, I guess, in a significant way. Depends on who you ask, I suppose. But the system of Narja, which was a system that was key to travel between two major trade hubs, that system has become low security space, which means you are vulnerable to attack when you are passing through. This essentially breaks the safe travel points between the trade hubs, effectively snapping them into two parts. We now have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere as far as trade and supplies go. That's a very big deal. It was made permanent a few hours ago when Narja hit full liminality, which means it is considered lost to Triglavian invasions. And so we have, on this morning, or this day, a new reality in EVE Online. Hasn't been seen before. Alright, how's it going, guys? Tiberius, Grigorin? Caleb will be right back, I believe.
Okay, then yeah. Am I thinking Amar is weak to EM? Is it Amar?
Talking about it. I want to say thanks, by the way, to.
Because I always get him fucking confused. I bet it's Amar.
Great. Good presentation. Did about an hour 45 minutes.
Thanks, Todd. Damn it. See, thanks, chat. Appreciate it. See, I would have steered you the wrong way, man. Make sure you get thermal kinetic damage ammunition.
Want to know more about what this means? Go back to yesterday's show and check that out. Find that on youtube.com/stations.
I mean, initial thought, one, obviously it's a pretty unexpected result for a lot of people. A lot of people claimed that CCP wouldn't ever spawn Yacht in the first place. And I think most people assume it would be defended if it ever spawned. So it's obviously a big surprise to a lot of people that
I
the
I listened.
changes. We were talking about whether that was a jump gate or a wormhole or what exactly it was that was going to come on grid. I think there's a huge chance that much of this Triglavian stuff is going to split up the empires, bring on some sort of maybe cold war between them again, and then we might actually get something like Ulay as the neutral trade hub, and then something like the highways back. I'm, of course, tinfoiling and speculating. I'm just saying this might actually be the solution to some of the problems that we've had during the era where the highways have been out. That there's this misbalance about what area to live in and where the hubs fall. You can't really effectively have hubs secondary to Gita anymore because of changes that's happened over the past 10 years. So this, I think, is part of the fixing of that. I think Ratati and his crew and the guys that have been working on all this Triglavian stuff has actually figured out a way to make these things happen and make sense again.
I meant it more in the way of the general population. I think the CCP probably has some ideas about it, but when I talk to people throughout the invasion content, which has been ongoing for a few months now, many people just said CCP would never spawn an import system or roll it back or something. And as I said, the other part of the disbelief was more about player actions and outcomes. Like even yesterday when Niaja was just spawning, I think majority opinion was that probably it is too important to fail, too big to fail a system, so it would be protected. It didn't end up there. And that was what I mean.
Too big to fail, huh?
It looked like until all the drama started happening that it was going to fall, right? There was a heavy side for the Triglavian that was kind of pushing it very slowly, but they were definitely winning until there was some people coming in and changing that a little bit around.
Let's talk about that. So apparently a test was starting to fight on the side of Edencom because even though we had Billy on here yesterday saying he didn't really care either way which way it went, or he had no opinion on which way it went, Test apparently started fighting on the side of Edencom, which was to pacify the system in a way to keep it part of HISEC. In other words, to preserve the status quo. And that made it so that Goonswarm could come and deny victory to Test on the heels of this weekend.
Yeah, I think enough, right? But I think if I'm not mistaken, this is the pandas, right? That kind of have a vested interest in it. I don't know how big it is, and I don't know how much it really necessarily hurts the whole Pappy side. I think it's some people in there are dependent on it, and that makes it a little bit important because they're basically allies. But as Billy said, it's not necessarily going to completely mess anything up. It's also why these comments on doom and gloom, and this is going to break even, people are going to leave. Like, no, it's not. This is just a new normal, and we're going to see people adapt, and we're going to see interesting changes and things being shuffled around in ways that is potentially not very easy to predict, but it's definitely going to make a dent in the stagnation, and I like that.
Well, it's going to change some things. I mean, you're going to see new systems become Rancer type pirating systems that are going to be choke points for travel. I think some people will try their luck. Some people will try to get through that one system really fast. Who knows what? But there's going to be a lot of interception points now. And there was only, and it's not like this was safe before. This what we used to call a highway between Jita and Amar was also very dangerous. Like you had to pilot through there most of the time. Not most, but some of the time.
Apparently, I'm low on volume on stream, but not in Discord, right?
Yeah, you're not low in Discord, but you're low on stream. Let's put you up there. All right, go ahead. Say something again.
Well, again, you're just pointing out that this was still a choke point, right? It was where the pirates would be laying their traps and waiting for people to go through. So it was not perfectly safe. It's just the new route is like ridiculous, even though there's. Okay, I just had a little bit of a chat, and I think there's something really weirdly wrong with what's called the ant colony algorithm, the one that actually tries to calculate your route for you, because I'm pretty sure that it's something like 15 from Jita to Dot, and then it's 18 from Dot to Amar. So that does not sum up to 46. So there's something wrong with that 46 thing, even though, of course, the algorithm is running and doing its thing, but it's just not choosing the best route for some reason.
All right. Well, hold on. Before you guys go any further, I just need to get caught up with what you guys were talking about yesterday. So we have a system that is key to 2 trade hubs going down and becoming low sec. That's number 1. That actually happened a few hours ago, so that is now a permanent change, or so far as we know, a permanent change. The people.
It's actually fake null, right? It's not even fake low sec. It's fake null sec.
But
right?
it's
-7 true sec as far as I know.
Okay, right.
Should we address for?
No, I don't. Let me get through this one little section so I can bring people up to speed, and then we can totally talk about it. But I don't yet have my head around it, and we're going into deep ends all over the place. And I know you guys are continuing from yesterday. I want to start fresh today, just to get people caught up. So give me that time and don't interrupt me, please. So we have a system that is a trade hub being cut off again from the north and cut off from the south. That looks like a permanent change now. And here's what I wanted to get to. There's a bit of a proxy war going on where you have Fraternity was making some moves. I guess can't talk about those yet. They're not public. That were interesting a couple days or yesterday when this all started. They seem to be fighting in that system quite a bit. Test apparently got involved on the side of Edencom to try to preserve the status quo. In other words, save that system to be HISEC. But Goonswarm sent 3 fleets to go up there and to fight so that they could deny a victory to Test. I don't think there was any other reason for that. They have no strategic plans on this that I know of. They're part of the Tranquility Trade Tower, so I don't know how much they want to hamper that. Maybe they don't care about it. Maybe they just want to put egg on Test's face, even more so than just losing their money. So okay, so that to me is that these are the big headlines. Niarja is low sec as far as security is concerned. It is now a dangerous system to travel through. What do you guys think?
Well, just to go into a few details with what you just said, because it was correct, but there's something that I think is missing. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there is an interest in the route from Jita to Amar, specifically for the pandas, right? And they might have, overstated that interest when they asked for help. So what must have happened is that spies picked up on this, or it got spread that they were interested in this and that they needed help to actually make sure that it shifted back in the favor of Edencom. And that's when Imperium pretty much saw that and said, okay, if this is an important thing for them, even though it's not important for all of Pappy, but even if it's just important for some of Pappy, right? That means that messing that up and taking away that toy is kind of a strategic interest for the Imperium. So they said, oh hell, let's just go and do that and see if we can actually mess with it and push it to actual fake nullsec.
Yeah.
And when I went to bed, that had not really materialized yet. So I still thought, because of the ping that came out from the Pappy and the Allied forces, I thought that the Triglavians had lost. And I was a little bit angry that nullsec was getting involved in this and messing with what I would consider Ashtarothi and his friends up in HISEC, right? I also ate my hat yesterday on stream, and you can go back and hear that. I'm not going to repeat it. But I basically pointed out that, yes, this is an example of PvE that actually matters. And because it happened the way it did, it became a proxy war. And I think that's extremely exciting. and it's definitely something I would like to see more of in the future from CCP. So please let's have more of these weird agency PvE PvP designs, because it's been really dramatic for me.
The roaming fleet is off in the
Who do
middle
you
of
mean
space.
by the pandits? Fraternity?
So what are we doing?
Let's make a couple
We're
more. Let's
getting
make
people
a couple
in,
more
and then
things.
we're gonna go back to forward soon, unless anyone has a better idea.
No, I'm just chilling. I'm listening to this talking in stations. So, oh, hello, fellow Cellbelt. Who's flying the Tempest right there? Oh, hello.
Okay, take this wing warp. Oh, wait, someone needs armor. Tear is getting attacked by Triggs. Do not rep him. Tear, burn back to gate. Try to get out. I will reimburse you if you need it.
Clear. The system is no longer low sec. It was low sec yesterday. It is now technically null sec. Null sec again. That is below 0.0. And the other thing is, this is what we call fake null. So you can't do what you can do in proper null sec. This is just a security status drop, which means that there is no penalty for PvP in this system. It doesn't mean mechanically you can do new things in that system. You still can't bomb, and you still can't bubble. You can't do any of that stuff. All it means...
Either.
You can't what?
Cynos.
You can't light Cynos. Oh, and you can't... Now I'm confused about that. You can't bring...
But you can jump freighter, right? Which you couldn't before.
I don't think you can.
I think you should be able to, because, well, usually it's only low, but this was mid-sec. I think
We would be honored if you would join us.
Well, here's...
Not part of the option.
What I remember is that you
Thanks for the
couldn't,
follow, Schmel.
If Edencom were to win, they would Sino jam the system, and that was a big thing. But so you can't Sino it either.
To be clear, systems that were originally HISEC remain effectively HISEC for all intents and purposes other than combo security systems.
What we call Crime Watch.
That's just for declaring. You can get declared on, but if you have war HQ for a war you have declared on someone else, it will get invalidated. You can't use it. That's the other thing. But except that it's the same rules as HISEC.
Yeah, so no bubbles, no Cynos, no nothing, no bombs.
Yeah, no bubbles, no boosters, no bombs, no signers.
I do think that it should at least have the ability to jump freighter into, right? When it goes to this fake null. That's quite a big step.
So the design of this particular space has...
So to answer that, honestly, that's a good question. I'm not privy to the strategic plan, if you will. Honestly, every time a system comes up and they say, you know, this is an important system, get on there and do it, essentially is what we do. So what was when we took this one? Basically, if to answer your question, if the system pops up, and it like provides some type of advantage or disadvantage like that, then yes, we'll probably primary that system more than likely, unless there's some other reason, right? Yeah, I know those systems you're talking about, but I don't know what kind of suns do they have? Are they blue? Are they yellow or what? Yeah, essentially. And vice versa. Let me turn this back on. No, actually, I'm gonna go grab a Coke real quick, and then I'm gonna turn that back on. Oh. Wow, I knew, yeah, I read something like that earlier in Discord. I just glanced at it. When I get home from work, I just don't feel like scrolling up in Discord for fucking 30 minutes trying to figure out what everyone said earlier. And I'm just too lazy for that shit. Oh, so they're gonna turn. So basically, what I'm deducing from what that dude just said is that they're going to turn making that system or a trig system permanently into nullsec into content.
I'm seeing that you're coming in low, but I'm blowing out my eardrums trying to get you guys' volumes up.
Right? I mean, is that what I'm hearing there? They're gonna turn making it permanently nullsec into some type of content for the trig players to do. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously. Yeah, I gathered that from the beginning. Like this has always been faction warfare blended in with incursion mechanics. Like, I mean, I do too. I really think that it's gonna go into the 5th race in Eve, you know. But let's continue on and hear what the insiders have to say.
I hate Windows. I'm gonna just tell you guys, because this is not nearly as difficult. Let me just make sure this is working. Let's see. Say something there, Caleb.
Well, I could try, but then someone else has to listen because I was kind of trying to actually listen instead.
Francois, you were quiet. Can you speak as well? That was really loud.
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
Now it's loud. Yeah, it fixed it. You did something.
Yeah, because. All right, try it again.
He's getting it out.
This is not the right day to stream. I'm furious. Like, this is technical problems, scheduling problems. Just trying to stumble out of the gate here. I can't even get going. But I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're good now. It says much better. Everyone is okay, even though it's a bit loud, but it's fine. They can turn it down.
Yeah.
So I'll just get us back on track where we were. I was basically saying that Sledgehammer and Coyote said that the way that things are is because of time and resource constraints. They may decide to make further changes at the end of the invasion. However, the way that things are right now, this is unique space. No other systems have these specific rules.
All right. We're working out this balance. We'll get it right.
Wow, someone is giving me nostalgia, actually referring to my old days in my own alliance. But anyways, I have got a new mic since then. Trust me on this, guys. But I will eventually get around to getting one when I fix my rig setup.
All right, last chance to get some voice points. Go ahead. How loud are you? Francois.
Jack does love my big Sphinx of quartz.
Sphinx says what?
Okay. All right.
But as you mentioned,
sound should be good now. It looks good on, except for
yeah,
too loud.
It's really the fact that they didn't really have a model yet for how to do what would be considered dynamic security status. This is like their attempt to go down that path, and if they can, they might actually add more of these features and reuse the whole thing to introduce proper dynamic TrueSec and just remove it from all the old code, which is basically antiquated a lot.
Right. So there's a lot of things that tie into actual sec status, such as the spawning of, resource and combat anomalies, all sorts of things tied back into this.
Bounty system, mission system, all of it's tied into it. It's horrible.
Yeah, all of it. So Crime Watch was a low-hanging fruit. Like, Crime Watch was a separate system that was like on top of everything else, and they were able to just like shut that off or modify its rules separately without like spending gazillions of hours on working on actual security status changes, and that's why we got what we got.
And as you kind of indirectly mentioned there with response times and all these things and the old Concord code, and there's just so much code in there that's antiquated and kind of needs to be refreshed and remade. And if they wanted to do changes to something like Concord, how they respond or behave and how fast and how powerful and all of that stuff, right? They would need to use this new system. So they have to figure out how to then remove the old. This is exactly like with parsers and structures, right? This is what I think you and I, Alfonso, has called the transplant model, right? You kind of need to add some new layer to be able to do the swap between the old and the new system.
I mean,
you have to abstract it.
One thing.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Oh, who followed? That would be Dark Turkestan. Thanks for the follow, brother. So what I'm gathering from that, it's, being able to modify yourself, maybe like some kind of like new character creator kind of deal. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, but yeah, Triggs is a playable race. I mean, that's something that's not far-fetched. That's something I thought about the other night, actually.
We talked about, I think yesterday as well, to refresh, is that they are synchronizing system outcomes between Serenity and Tranquility. And one theory we have regarding that is that they want to make more fundamental changes, permanent changes to the systems, and they can't do it via their tail system, which is what runs these invasions. So they have to synchronize it so they can do it by hand, basically, in the underlying data.
Yeah, I really need to stress, like I said this yesterday, but it bears repeating today. Like, I do not like that things are happening on Tranquility that Serenity can't control that impact Serenity. Things are happening on Serenity that Tranquility can't control that are impacting Tranquility. They have pitched this entire thing to us as like choose your destiny, you know, you guys get to decide, impact the universe and everything, and then they're like allowing changes to be made that don't have our vote, and it's not cool.
I mean, if Serenity is very pro-Edencom from the player base, so they will now have a massive invasion in Yaja, and it will go final liminality on Serenity without anyone over there being able to do anything about it, right? That's the result.
Essentially.
Just to Nick in chat, right? We were not bashing on CGP for the old code. The old code is just a fact. It's not something you can get around. But the fact that they're actually looking at it and working on it and trying to come up with pretty smart solutions for the future, that's not bashing, that's applauding, and they are definitely doing that.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Like, when I wasn't complaining or saying anything negative when I'm saying, like, this is why, you know, it was done in this way, because this is what they're able to, like.
I think there's something a lot bigger coming, because in one of my old tickets, when I came back to the game about a year ago or so, I asked one of the GMs that messaged me. They were like, there was like, is there anything about Eve that you would, you know, enjoy more or whatever? I forget exactly what the wording was, but I said, you know, I really missed walking around on stations and what happened to Dust 514. I mean, of course, I YouTubed that whole entire history, and I'm just like, oh my god, that's terrible. I don't know why they didn't put it on PC. But taking away walking on stations, like, that sucks. But he hinted at, like, you know, they were working on something in the future that could possibly bring it back. So, you know, listening to this kind of makes me remember that. So, you know,
That's not a negative or a positive. That's like, they had a project to put out and they made a practical decision, not sharing, you know, resharing what they shared on our show.
All right, so what you're looking at here on screen is the new safe way to get to Jita from Amar, and it's 45 jumps. And what's interesting is that Dodixie, someone says here, is only 25. So will the relationship between Dodixie and Jita be, 35, will it be strengthened?
It's definitely what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a massive boost to the Dixie when it comes to geography. Again, because I'm pretty sure that it's 15 plus 18 if you go Jita to Dixie and then Amar. So there's something wrong with that algorithm. And that means that the Dixie is going to have a lot of benefits. Also because it's actually in Sank where quite a lot of null entities are already engaged, right? You have the Ignoiden Keepstar, I believe, that we were told about how it was launched by Billy here on stream, which can now both feed Dodixie and Jita. I think, of course, it's been doing that, but now it can definitely focus on that. And then you, in the other end of Sank, I'm pretty sure that there's something MC Horde related, I think. I'm not entirely sure who controls that anymore, but I'm pretty sure it's also a Keepstar up there. So there's like 2 entry points and null interests in Sank. That means that Sank is going to be potentially more interesting as a trade hub than it used to be. So maybe now Ashtaroth can have his dream.
So you said yesterday, you said the Silk Road, and like that's definitely something that I was thinking about as well, and I like that you use that, because if you look at the full HISEC route, like avoiding and only going where there is police from Jita to Amar, it really does essentially go past the other hubs. So this really makes it into a road with all of these stops along the way, and I'm curious to see what will happen.
If we didn't have the null dominance in HISEC right now, I can tell you what I would do with the structure people that I was working with back when we were still very active. I would actually suggest that we put structures in those what I call mid-sec systems. So we basically create these way stations along that route, right? So they become places to pick up some activity and some benefits from both low-sec and potentially from null. And especially on the industry side, I think I would have focused so TIOs, and then they would become like the steps along the Silk Road, right? So you basically, instead of having this issue with too much piracy, you would kind of have this self-moderating anti-piracy thing in effect. And of course, the money from these things would be used for protection money to actually get any gankers out of the way. But these things, I don't think they're going to develop, because I don't think TTT and that whole thing is going to be interested in creating these way stations.
And just a little cut in from the Discord chat. And Dr. Spot checked the Dodixie thing, and the problem is the Dodixie Amar route that is part of the shorter quote-unquote route goes through Nerja, so it's not available. So we are back with 45.
Well,
yeah, an Oregon Trail or a Silk Road, same concept, right? It's just having these relay stations is pretty much key to doing something on that scale when it's 46 jumps, right?
It's 45, 46 jumps from Amar to Jita, but I'm reading here that, well, we're watching this thing on screen that shows 15 jumps to Jita. Is that not true anymore? Sorry, to Dodixie to Jita. Isn't that still 15 jumps? Didn't it bypass Nerja?
No. That's still 15 jumps, but Dodixie Amar got longer.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Dodixie Amar
it's
through Nerja.
Yeah, Nyarja is in the way of Amar, essentially. Like, it doesn't really affect access to the other areas. It is the gateway to Amar.
Yeah, but let's look at this here. If we look at the universe, go to where Dodixie is. It's going to be right here in the center. It's hard to... I'll have to get some drawing tools. Here's Dodixie, right? In order to go to Amar, you have to like come up here, go down this corridor into these low-sec areas, and this will take you to I don't know if I can actually scroll down. Let's see. This will take you to Boson and Domain, so that you can go through these systems. These systems used to be dead. I used to live right here. This was my old neighborhood, and it wasn't that far to Amar, but now you've got some proper low-sec that you need to go through, and so that neighborhood's going to change completely. It used to be a very quiet backwater type place, and I think Shadow Cartel lived in Gonard there. This is an industrial park which could service, and this is what I did, Dodixie, or I could go up to Valor, sell to Faction War, or I could move into to get supplies to Domain, where Amar was. But that whole texture of how quiet it was and how safe it was is going to change now with more pirating possibilities. You will probably see more activity in these systems here. So that's the relationship between Dodixie and Amar there. Otherwise, you have to suffer the long, safe route of 25 jumps. I think people will suffer those 25 jumps, but you guys were saying there's like a lot of 0.5 systems in that route, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a longer and much less secure route overall than the current one, but it is a more secure route than, you know, a system with no police whatsoever.
Let's look at navigation on Dotland and just do some. We won't jump. We actually want to do a route planner. We want to go from Dodixie.
Yeah, I've got it up in game right now. I can actually. So it goes through your
share
Udama.
screen.
So there's that.
Oh boy.
It goes through Udama, and then we have. I'll just count. Yeah,
If
it
you
has
have it on screen,
Udama
we'll
and
look at it.
6. Yeah, Udama and 6 other 0.5. So a total of 7 0.5s in the fully HISEC route. One of them being Udama.
Yeah. Well, these here
From
are.
Jita to Amar.
Oh, there's an alternative route through a much more dangerous area here, through Egalel.
That's full on low sec.
Yeah, and this is like busy low sec. This is where Snuff has been fighting it out with the Siege Green. So good luck going through there. I was talking about the alternative route. Like
I'm just so happy that we have now potentially getting it more central to the universe, because Sank and Evershore is the center of the universe.
Yeah, let me actually see if I can avoid this system here. I don't know if you could do that. And yeah, you have to put it down here. Avoid system. Let's just do gel. It's easier to spell, and I can pronounce gel. And then rerun that, and you'll see that it'll probably go. Nope, I guess you could secede. I don't know. I'll just get rid of this.
Well, you can click the radio button that says prefer HISEC.
No, but that I want to go through low sec. I just want to go through a different low sec, and I didn't hit the button properly. I want to go the backwater that I was talking about. Not you. So I'm going to avoid that low sec system and see if it. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Ah, there it is. This is what someone was talking to me about. Wakamiya is another route. 17 jumps, respectable, with only 1.4. But here's the problem with that 0.4. You have all these 0.5s right around it. And those are the ones you worry about. Those are high-set ganking sites. Even though they're 0.5s, they may be set up. And you have like 4 in a row. So that's kind of the same situation you're in now. Again, this is Joe Dixie to Amar, so it's not Jita. Well, anyway.
Everything you're showing right now is pretty much why I like the effects of this feature, because it shifts geography. This is such a vital thing, because geography has been so figured out in the past that everything has been static pretty much forever. This definitely makes a meaningful change to geography, and getting more of these things is actually very interesting.
Here's a jump freighter route provided by a friend. He can identify himself if he wants. Where is the here? So igniting to Basgaran, yeah, for a jump freighter, not for capitals.
Yeah, and Basgaran, I think, is with what I was talking about. I'm pretty sure that's where that other group is staged, right? So
yeah.
You have Basgaran and Ignoiden.
Yeah, and Basgaran is basically in sync. Not basically, but is.
It is. It's the same thing as well. So,
yeah,
so you got all these benefits from this, because it's almost as if the cutting off of Amar basically shifts the whole interest map towards Dodixie and towards Sank.
Yeah.
And that's just a little bit exciting, because it also means that because it's isolated now a little bit, Amar, it's also going to bring new play. People are going to do new things with it, because the people that are in beneficial range, especially if we start thinking what might happen with jump freighter jump range costs, right? If they were more based on some sort of diminishing returns, or it became more expensive the longer you actually jump, then there would be a lot more interest in only jumping to the regions that are nearest you, and then you can of course relay further if you want. It's just, this makes a lot of things possible in the future.
All right, so what, I mean, I love this. I love the fact that the status quo is broken. People are going to have to adapt, and we're not just talking about piers and fittings. This is going to be industrialists and their logistic plans, and this is going to be a heap load of people going and reassessing the situation and trying to figure out what the best play is here. What do you guys think the best play is here for industrialists?
Please, chat, could you stop using real names?
What? Who? No, I go by David Matterall. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
But it's just a bad habit. Don't do it, even though you know people's names.
I know,
because everyone does not.
I don't mind, but I don't mind.
Other people know you by Matterall, right? So that makes no sense if you don't know who you are in real life.
All right, but it's not as serious as okay. But the point is, what do you think the smart plays are here for industrialists?
I think a really smart play here is to take advantage of CVA leaving Providence
We would be honored
and people
if you would join
setting up
us.
themselves in Providence. Providence is in a key position to set itself up as the breadbasket for Amar.
Thanks to the flower, antisocial.
Now that the trade route has been essentially severed from
Maybe later.
Jeddah, Providence has a really key opportunity for them to supply Amar from its position that it's in, because you can actually get a jump freighter from Providence to Amar HISEC in one jump freighter jump, and it would be really, really easy for them to set themselves up in a position to get that logistics network up and set up essentially what is a farm for Amar for nullsec level materials that need to come in and out in order to get their supplies in and out of there.
Mm-hmm. That is very interesting. So kind of like an outpost.
Right. Because Providence has almost always been neutral to a certain extent. There would obviously have to be some sort of kind of agreement for security to an extent. For somebody would have to set up some kind of security network for Providence, but it would be a really, really, really good place to set up there for a large industrial corporation or conglomerate to set up a essentially breadbasket to supply Amar. Not only would that allow for new players to continue to go to Providence to experience nullsec for the first time and the mechanics and everything else like that, but would also maintain a net neutral position for Providence for the power blocks in the area.
Wow, and Providence is in such turmoil right now. New people moving in, old people taking off.
How would a large industrial corp defend that space, since it's almost all of Providence is within Block's bridge range of low sec?
Right. So there would have to be some kind of some sort of agreement, of security agreement that somebody would have to forge. This is entirely speculation, right? I don't know exactly the details of what would have to go into that in order for people to defend themselves. But in terms of a logistics network, Providence is set up in a really, really key position in order to set themselves up in that way. There may have to be some sort of agreement between the major blocks that stage out of there to, not shoot industrialists of some sort, and they get a certain percentage of a cut, or you could throw any kind of agreement out there with somebody, and set up some kind of protection agreement to allow for Amar to thrive.
Going a bit more general at it, I think it's also for an industrial now more useful to think about local markets, right? If Jita is further away, it may be more interest of people and more willingness to pay a little bit of a higher price around the block, All
right, let's go let's go.
Sorry,
go ahead, Fonsui, and I'll go to some questions from the...
Sure. So I just did a little bit more looking at the all HISEC route from Jita to Amar specifically. So that now became 45 jumps as opposed to 9, whatever it was. However, as we said earlier, it passes by the other trade hubs. In fact, that 45 jump route passes directly through both HEC and RENs. And if you add only 2 jumps off route, so 4 jumps total, so if you go from 45 to 49, then you hit Dodixie as well. So that one single route from Jita to Amar really is a road that takes you directly past all 3 of the other potential trade.
Maybe Willie would like to give his 2 cents on all of this and his reactions, and maybe some leads of the kind that was mentioned in chat. What meeting? What have you been thinking?
All right, sorry guys, I gotta wrap up the show. Unless you guys want to talk for an additional hour, I can come back. But otherwise, Otherwise, I gotta run. I have something that I need to do. I'm willing to let the stream go on, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. If you guys think you can hold it down.
If someone else has the ability to end it.
Yeah, I can end it remotely, but it takes some time to do it. It's not optimal, but I will be back. So I'm going to leave this up on screen so you guys can talk. Turn on your cameras if you want, give people something to see. And I will be back as soon as I can. And Billy's in here, so let me leave with this one question I want to get started.
We would be honored
If Providence becomes
if you would
pivotal,
join
which is,
us.
I think, a very interesting point Tiberius brought up.
Thanks for the
And
follow, Rick.
now Legacy basically has a really good
Whoa.
relationship with Wrecking Crew, which now kind of owns Providence, and Legacy Space is the closest to Providence, is the closest to Amar Space. Is Legacy in a really good
All the
position
love in
here?
chat.
What do you think, Billy?
I don't think Providence really matters at all.
Wow, shots fired.
You are no fun.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You know, the space close to HISEC is always and traditionally been the least productive nullsec space in terms of industrial activity. It's kind of been a rule of nullsec for the better part of the last decade. So my expectation of Providence with limited infrastructure and considerable history and culture built around being farmed is that there will not be any significant industrial growth in the Providence area anytime soon. And even if there was, you know, that's not really going to change the dynamics of the HISEC economies at all.
But who actually has a proper interest in Amar space, and who will this affect most, and as such, who will need to change their behavior a bit? Do you want to comment on that a little bit?
Nobody really. I mean, for the most part, the Null Empire is operated in Kita. You can definitely utilize Amar space or other space, but like.
Well, what was the reason for the ping then? Seriously, I'm curious because, as you say, I never actually understood why there would be anyone having a massive interest in Amar because, as you say, it's a little bit inactive and it's not really being utilized on a scale that makes it a strategically important point. So why was there such an interest in potentially flipping Nyarja to retain status quo?
Oh, for us, I was just role playing a little bit. Like I was having some fun with it, but it got a little like more heavy duty than anticipated. Like I just like we had a lot of people that were arguing back and forth, and you know our guys. You know we have a couple of the leaders of the Triglavian community within test, and we had people losing their shit in the Logic community, and I was just like, all right, well we gotta pick a side here. The goons had already sent up like 150-man fleets. So I was just like, all right, we'll have some fun with it.
So are you saying that fraternity's main interest was RP and not really strategic at all?
Fraternity?
Yeah, wasn't it Frat that pointed it out?
Pointed out what? Sorry.
Who was it that asked for people to go and reinforce?
Brave?
Yeah,
Brave. Was it Dunk?
Yeah, Brave was very much about like wanting to go help Eden Khan.
Is that roleplay based mostly?
No, I think they thought it was a little more logistically heavy than others. I guess. I don't know. It's one of those things where a lot of people have different opinions on how important or unimportant something is. You know, they have their opinions and they broadcasted about it. I have my opinions. I broadcasted. Well, I didn't really broadcast mine, but you know, I've said
Discord,
them.
The Discord message that we saw from Brave's Discord, we don't know who it was from.
I think that was for like Now or Sammy, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so specifically, that was that pretty much stated directly that their concerns are logistic.
So where is this taking the future of Amar space? Do you think, really?
Say that one again, sorry.
where do you think it takes a Mars space? What's going to happen to it? Is it going to be completely disconnected and almost inactive, or is someone actually going to take advantage of this and try to build it up for something?
So what you have is basically imagine you had a continent where all of the major cities are on the north side of the continent, and the south side of the continent you had one small city. Then you split that continent in half. So all the trade that happened in that continent is now split, right? And let's be realistic, it's not truly split, but it's split enough that we can kind of make this analogy. So all of the natural resources from the south can no longer effectively make it to the north. All of the, produced, products from the north can no longer make it to the south. So all of a sudden, the north has to, or the south, I should say, Amar, has to find a way to get those natural resources, its minerals, its whatever, to either a refined product, or they have to find a way around it, right? So I'm sure you're going to see a pretty heavy increase of compressed ore, jump freighter hopping the gap. I'm sure you're going to see lots of that. But for the most part, I imagine we'll see Amar build up a little bit in terms of industrial activity, just because there is this industrial output that needs to be refined and turned into product. The question is, will be the customers there to buy it? And I think there will. There's always people looking to pioneer new kind of horizons, develop new systems, make a spot in the world for themselves, build their corporation up in something new. So I imagine that you'll see some new kind of developments based off of this. It'll be good.
I mean, to hop onto that train a little bit, we also have the side effect of Caldari space as a whole getting less safe by Triglavian invasions. It's still ongoing, the event, but as of yet they have lost like 10 systems to final liminality and like 15 others to minor trick victories with turrets and fleets and stuff. So for the non-involved player who is by default Edencom friendly, or Edencom doesn't shoot him but tricks do, it's harder and more annoying to produce stuff or mine and run missions in Caldari space. So that also may make that less attractive proposition to stay there.
Yeah, I don't know about that one so much. Like, the only real where this breaks things, right? Because if people want to do missions in Amara or do missions in Caldari space, it doesn't fundamentally change much. But if, the output from the industrial activity of mining is something where you have this massive product that needs to be moved, right? Which creates that transportation problem that this break is kind of exacerbating. I don't know how it's all going to play out. Like, obviously, most of us don't. But I can guess that, Caldari space will see a slight downturn. I don't even know if it will. Maybe it might see an increase because people want to just be closer to the market where they can most easily access the most goods. And Amara space might see a downturn because people want to be easily want easy access to refined products, ships, modules, etc. And they don't particularly like paying 20-30% markup that you'll see in Amara. It's entirely possible this will just centralize the game more in Gita perimeter area. I don't know. It's hard to predict exactly how it's going to go.
I mean, in tinfoil time, it would obviously get more interesting if Gita itself got invaded, but most people don't see it will happen. But a lot of people didn't think Naja would happen, so...
I do. I do see Gita being invaded. I just don't see it necessarily flipping. I don't think that's on the table. I think a potential...
Oh, you'd be wrong, buddy. You'd be fucking wrong.
Shift things around, change the whole station thing, bring back the highways, and remove all the excess stations. That would be...
I mean, this guy's dead wrong. He has no fucking clue. Like, we will push that system so hard. We'll call out of work. We will fucking order a case of Monster Energy drink. We will fucking do whatever it takes, man. Like, DoorDash, Dunkin' Donuts, I don't care what it takes. If if Jita goes invasion, we are going to fucking burn that shit down for good. You hear me, internet? You hear me, Twitch chat? You hear me, EdenCom? We are going to burn Jita. Watch us. It's gonna happen.
Be my guess. If there was any form of invasion in Jita 4.4, and I do think that it might happen. I think it's kind of like the crescendo of this whole Triglavian story that that would happen.
Not a chance. Like
We would be
nothing.
honored
Like
if
I
you
would
would
put
join us.
everything on the line saying that Jita's not being
Amarian, thanks for the follow.
I'm pretty sure that's not what you were pointing out when we were looking at some of the stuff coming onto the client and on CC way back when the first changes to Jita 4.4 as a station was leaked.
Well, like, so in the previous Quadrant trailer, they showed that awesome built-up station. It was later revealed that that's the intended final form of the 4.4 trade hub. But they also showed it being attacked, and I was like, that's interesting. And I didn't know if that was just like artistic license, you know, for a video, or if that's like actually saying what they're intending to do. But I don't see Jita being up for grabs.
It's an obvious solution and foreshadowing of what the conclusion to the Triglavian invasion narrative is. Otherwise, this would go on, and I think Ash pointed out that he thinks that this is actually like one of the last things in the Triglavian stuff, right? That this is the goal that the Triglavians had, or one of them was things like Niaja, and potentially he said that there might be another one, and I think the obvious one would be Jita. Anything else does not make sense from just a story point of view. So I think it's very likely that they might have this on the table.
I think they pretty much said that this was selected at random, that Niarja was not part of the story. It's just, you know, the random system choosing.
Yeah, but like it's ongoing, the event, so we are speculating about what would be the actual end event, what would be their closing current, not Naja that we know now, because we have 3 new invasion subs that's currently running, and we will probably get a few more spawns. But we are pretty sure we are on the final stretch for 2 reasons. One reason is that the synchronization with Serenity is basically complete, as far as we can tell. We don't have good eyes over there. The other thing is that they revamped the spawning algorithm to have up to 6 systems up at it.
You know, maybe some of it's random, but there are definitely hand-picked systems. I really think they're hand-picked. There's some of them that are hand-picked. Like, you know, I listen to the arguments and the counter arguments of these guys on this little talk show here, but you know, the foreshadowing and the setup for Jita is undeniable, and you know, I'd be very surprised if CCP doesn't do an invasion event for Jita. Is so many times as players have tried to burn it down in the past, right? Yeah, exactly, right? You know, I don't think, you know, this Caldari space, you know, they make a fair point, you know, but they also forget, like, the one fact that these guys left out when it comes to the systems that we have and all this stuff, and why we have so many more Caldari systems than anything else, especially Amar, for example, is because of the rat imbalance, right? We all know that patch came out last Tuesday, like literally a week ago. So that fixed the imbalance for the rats, which is why we were able to knock down an Amar system last week. We were really happy about that. So, you know, that's why we have so many Caldari systems, because, you know, the Caldari rats were just so weak against the Trigs in general that the systems would literally push themselves. Like, I'm not even shitting you guys. Like, the systems would push themselves. We didn't have to even do anything. So, you know, if EdenCon was there resisting, they could easily push back. But if we were there running those sites in any capacity, it would be a constant uphill battle. They would never make any progress. And it was the same thing for us in Amar systems. So, that being said, they're leaving that out of their little analysis here. I just thought I'd point that out.
Time back from 3, and the number of liminal spawns, like the stars that can actually flip to nullsec, right? The important ones is much higher than it was before. So over the weekend we had 5 or 6 stars that were able to be converted into trick nullsec. And that's a lot more than we have ever seen before. So we assume they have now escalated it with the idea of building up some sort of finale.
I really don't want to launch my damn drones. I'm too lazy.
Yeah, that's all possible, and I'm not going to rain on anyone's parade. But like, they have the developers in charge of this particular piece of content have stated repeatedly that they don't use
I mean, they have stated that all the stuff that is spawned until now is random within a rule set, and we, at the moment, assume they change rule set slightly, like the weight it puts on certain systems is higher. That's all we assume for that one.
Well, it's a little bit back to the fact that I believe that the CCP is partially taking a little bit of responsibility for the way that the geography and the player behavior has developed over the past 10 years. And I do think that it's very much these things and the massive centralization that's happened in JITA is their fault. And the only way that they can loosen that up is to shake the ant farm, so to speak.
And see, that's the thing. They're both correct on that front. They're both correct. It is both. There are some systems they wanted it to happen to, and then they're kind of they're pruning the tree. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like, oh my god, this thing is growing out of control really fucking fast. We gotta do something about this. So they're just kind of like, you know, evening it out.
Of course, I don't know exactly the details of how they want to do this, but I think many of the things that are possible in 2020 that was not possible in 2004 when we got things like the actual highway system destroyed. I think these things are definitely something that they might be considering, because if you want, okay, I would potentially like to be able to, well, live or work in a Mars space, but as it is right now, there is no incentive and there is no good way to do that. It's an inactive area, and you can't really go there and do anything on market and industry until there are actual clients, and those clients right now are massively centralized in having their main focus on JITA 4.4, and that can only change if CCP changes it.
Exactly. So JITA must burn. It's the only way, guys. You know it in your hearts.
I mean, we have to keep this going until Metro runs back, so I guess, do you expect we get a new scope video soon? Like,
they have to, right? Law-wise, we have to have a conclusion from this. There has to be some sort of comment to this event, especially if it's like on the top of the, as I say, crescendo of the narrative, law-wise. If we're about to see the whole the finalization of the Triglavian story, and then it dropping into the background a little bit, like I think CCP has done with the main empires. I know there's some law stuff coming out from the main empires, but they've kind of been taken off the whole story of Eve, and of course a lot has to do with the fact that the players took over a lot of the stories, and that was basically what was the main focus during Siegel's era, with all that rollout of structures and player agency, and we were supposed to get more control of space and potentially build gates and a new solve system. And there was a lot of very, very nice things on the table. But now we're seeing some of these things apparently coming into the game. And I hope that that means that we can maybe close off some of that Triglavian story and put it in the background with things like Joves and Sleepers and all that stuff, and get back to looking at the main fact.
Ooh, yes, the Jove, the mysterious Jove. you know, eventually we're gonna have to get there, you know.
Actions, which is what the player characters are, and the dynamics between the pod pilots and the empires. I think that's where I believe that CCP wants to take the lore. I could be wrong, but I know that the other lore nerds have actually mentioned that that looks like what they're trying to put the burner on right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's true enough. And we got a lot of coverage and publicity for Niaja. Like they streamed it and they made an actual world news post, like their in character written news posts, basically, from the lore team. And they even, I saw quite funnily some emails they sent out to owners of inactive accounts of like they always have some hook to get them into it back into it, and the latest of those had Niaja is invaded, come back now to fight for Edencom as a slogan. So they used it pretty heavily, and I think it's pretty natural to expect some sort of conclusion narrative wise to it, or fallout.
Yeah, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense, right? Because it's kind of like you're getting this mail and you're going to get it and you're going to read it when it's too late. So it must be a little bit bigger than that, right? It must be foreshadowing a threat that we have not seen yet, because it can't be only about Niaja, because I get that mail, I read that mail, I log in, and Niaja has already fallen. It's not gonna be something that then motivates me to subscribe unless I suspect that there's more coming.
I agree. Addressing a question from chat, maybe. We don't know what the final outcome for the invasion systems that got into liminality will be. We know their current state that will last at least until the end of the event, and we know that CCP has announced there will be permanent changes to these systems, but we don't know yet how those will look. Yeah, like the.
What are you talking about? The permanent changes to the system? Oh yeah, I know they're permanent, and that's the thing. Like, you know, I always go by off what the devs say if I know they've said it or if I've read it somewhere. But yeah, you know, there's no point in speculating on, you know. Like, in what context? Like, what do you mean? Like, what else could there be? What I don't get it. And why the fuck we were here? Okay. All right, I'll keep listening.
Well, it's just we can't ask really for obvious reasons because he put his signature on a piece of paper. But I would like to talk about the fact that many of the things that we've seen during the invasion, right, and many of those features that have been developing over the past quite a number of years now, are all things that can be used in a completely new setup and system where you have this seesaw between opposing forces. We've been doing it with Triglavian and Edencom, right? But in the future, this could easily be applied to actual old school law where I'm fighting for Amar against Minmatar, right? This is really where I would like to see this go. A similar system where when I'm fighting for Amar, it impacts my standing with them, and it gives me benefit on that side, and it gives me downsides against the opposing forces and the opposing forces' own stations and all of these things. A lot of what we've seen here, I see as, call it a test bed for something that should have been in the game from day one, but it was just not ready yet, both programming wise and also a lot of the technology would maybe not really have been.
Yeah, he tried to get me to target him and then shoot him. I mean, I seen it what he tried to do there, but I just nope.
possible, but you can see that these were the wishes and the vision from the original CCP developers.
So if I can ask you, do you mean this should like replace faction warfare, be fused into faction warfare, be something that is a parallel system to faction warfare?
I think it should be on top of it, like fused into it. So faction warfare become more like skirmishes, but there's also like these almost full-fledged war scenarios that are basically using a similar method as the Triglavian invasion, but just less random, because it's going to be systems that make sense and is like on a border or has strategic relevance for, say, what a part of the Empire.
So, Rick, are you talking about the sleeper invasion of Mars space? Is that what you're referring to? You were there for that? The I Was There trailer? Or what the fuck ever?
So you get these, call it trench wars almost, right? Where there is almost like a neutral non-aggression zone between empires that's a little bit dangerous. A bit like, I think that's kind of what many other games are doing with the way that they separate different factions. And I do think that was kind of in the geography design, but not completely. And then of course you had the highways, and that's one of the reasons they removed them. There's just a lot of stuff, but if they moved that system of invasion onto the empires, so you get this four-way war that was actually in the original law, that can be hot and cold. So the cold would be kind of the incursion stuff, and the hot would be the actual attacks. I think something like that is where they want to take us, and I just it wouldn't make sense otherwise, because I'm a little bit disappointed that they kind of took over a lot of the story stuff with drifters and sleepers and Triglavians. It almost felt like training wheels, because the other stuff was a little bit too complicated, but I could be wrong.
I mean, I don't have any ideas about faction warfare, so I won't comment on that except asking other people questions. But on the lore side of things, I think this invasion is a pretty big shake-up lore-wise as well, if you want it to be, for the empires. Like, if we compare the fate of them, it's very different. Like, the Minmatars don't have a single liminality system right now, and I think 3 also minor Triglavian victories, so they are very successful in fighting them off. And what's more, like, the Minmatar have also managed to not have too many Edencom fortresses either, so I know there's a group of Triglavian Minmatar role players who are pushing for drawbacks and timeouts, because they say no invasion, and Edencom is an Amar plot, basically, because many of the high-ranking Edencom officials are Amar, basically. And so their space has very few fortresses and even fewer or zero Triglavian liminalities. On the other hand, an empire that was painted as very strong in lore for a while is the Kaldari State, but Kaldari State has lost 25 systems, if you call it, add up the minor victories, and half of those are major losses with final liminalities, where the whole system goes into nullsec. So we have in the latest lore about the Kaldari State a lot of lore about unrest, civil protests, also in higher classes of the citizenry. And I think if you want to go into an Empire versus Empire storyline again, it wouldn't be hard, because you could say the outcomes of the Triglavian invasions have shattered or damaged trust into the Edencom and Concord systems.
Yeah,
And
they've weakened it, right? They've completely weakened Concord's position and Edencom and the cost for all of that stuff, and I'm almost suspecting that the big save is going to be like an almost Deus Ex Machina thing where you will see this big fight. I don't know if it's going to be in Jita. That's my suspicion, and I think we're going to be saved by the Drifters, right? In some form. And then on the other side, you're gonna have this weakened Concord.
Oh my God! Are the Care Bears so desperate they're actually wanting the Drifters to come save them? Oh, that's good.
Called weakened empires and more agency for the player base, but we can still then mess with the map and be part of this new and improved empire war stuff.
Absolutely, and the balance of power between the empires is just shifting because the empires got damaged to very different degrees in the invasion. I am not sure if we will get saved by the Drifters or something. I don't subscribe to that.
Isn't that the hatred, right, between those two groups that hate each other, right?
Yeah, they don't like each other, and I mean the Triglavians dislike many people. Like
these guys are reaching so hard right now,
trying to extirpate them. But I think, I think the Triglavians are here to stay. Even if they get defeated or something, it will probably result in them being a new player for a time to come. Like not as the protagonists / villains they are now, where they are the focus of the story. But I think the Trigs are here to stay as a faction. As an NPC faction, most likely. But they have a big ship line, they have a lot of content, like the arenas and Abyssal Zone runners tied into them, and they have these systems they control. So I am pretty sure they will have some presence in the story and in New Eden going forward. And I, for one, I'm a Cabernet and I'm fighting for them because I think they are a worthwhile addition.
And this is just back to the whole thing of the playable race. I do think that there's some validity to that. I think it almost makes sense if you pull back the PvE aspects of some of the Triglavian stuff, at least some of the big narrative invasion stuff. The result is that then you have this vestigial thing hanging, and what are you going to use it for? Well, make it a playable race and make it so that we can potentially live in what is fundamentally phase space, right? Where they then have these entry points that will be the systems that have reached the final liminality stuff, right? So there's just a lot that can be done with this in a meaningful way and get us back to what I would call the old story and the old power play between the players and the empires, right?
Now I see why you wanted me to keep listening. Who followed? Lucky Shots, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I mean, but that's all just speculation and theory, right? I mean, we can only hope for something cool like that to happen, right? But, we'll just have to wait and see. It's all mystery.
Yeah, I mean, we for a long time in the Lord of Jove were the precursor race that were very high-tech, very advanced, a bit mysterious, guiding the others. And the Jove have receded or went away from the forefront of things. So I think, that's my personal theory, is that the Trigs will kind of fill that niche of a precursor race that's in contact with the rest and knows stuff and is a bit mysterious, and maybe in contrast to the Joves, they are more interesting because the Joves were very pacifistic and very withdrawn, and the Trigs are very proactive and very focused on testing stuff and survival and such.
Yeah, they're always pushing and slightly aggressive in their style, and of course it's completely unrelated, but we also saw this weird new faction thing appearing in the Echo stuff. Not that it has any direct relation, but with the Serenity talk and all that, CCP needs to step up with their writing stuff for New Eden, right? To to get us into the next phase of EVE Online, because I really think that EVE is
for
changing,
sure.
and I do think that it's changing for the better. I believe we've been in stagnation for almost 8 years, and now I see CCP not only improving their profitability, but they're also getting their balls back. And
Well
we're
said.
seeing massive things coming out. We're seeing the expansion with the Echoes, and NetEase are working on a second
Hence
title.
growing
It's a
that backbone
4X,
I said
game.
last night,
And
huh?
we know that London is still tinkering away with an Avatar-based New Eden title. Not necessarily the traditional shooter, but looks like it's going to be a third-person based game. So maybe more like a lot of the games that we see on console, but completely
We
done
would be honored
in
if you would
CCP
join
way.
us.
So there's just a lot of things
Pirano PL, thanks for the follow, brother.
happening. We might not be getting walking in stations or anything like that, but we're definitely seeing growth again in a way that makes me kind of excited to still be playing EVE Online, and going back to some of the roots when it comes to the backstory, like what I call the backdrop of everything that the players do, and then maybe making it even more meaningful what we actually do. This is exactly what this Triglavian invasion design in the game can do for us.
Yeah, I mean, like, we have, in Hobo Leagues, we also have Triglavian stations, so those will come in the near future.
Yeah, and the ship range is really interesting because it's novel. It's not, well, it is a little bit OP, but it has like a new role, right? And we're seeing these things in the designs of the ships that are then added and then hopefully picked up in the meta. I just see a lot of positive things that could be. Well, of course, it needs to be iterated on and tweaked because everything in EVE is broken and unbalanced. But that's like kind of the unique selling point of EVE Online, that it needs to always be unbalanced, because otherwise it stagnates. That means that, well, you sometimes need someone like Fozzy or Rise come in and just throw a bit of a bomb and completely mess up everything that we thought were normal. And I'm just seeing more and more of that coming into the game, especially with the things that CCP Rise presented in Vegas when it comes to things that they are thinking of doing with the ecosystem and bringing back the differences between the empires. Maybe a lot of people have not actually been around long enough to remember that there used to actually be different distribution of ore in New Eden. And this is something that might be coming back with what was on the presentation as biomes or localized ecosystems, right? And if we get these specialities back in different types of space, so a Mars space becomes different, Kildari, Galente, and hell, the whole difference between Null and HISEC, all these things could be coming back, and then this design makes so much sense to me, I think, and it also ties very well with the storms and similar things. I'm definitely seeing some courageous moves from CCP. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of a tough transition, but we will scream, and CCP will say, "Okay, let's look at that," and then turn the knobs to make us happy again.
Yeah, one thing, some people are speculating that the 25th will be the day we will see a new development in the story of the tricks, a bigger one, like a planned one. I think mostly because people... Is it confirmed that the trick ship rework will be on the 25th? I think so, right?
I don't know the date, but yeah, I heard the rumors of this too.
Like, I'm not aware if it's confirmed or not, but we will have a big rework of trick ships, and we will have the metaliminal storms that are, well, flavored. Yeah, okay, in chat someone said, Ashai said we will get it on the 25th. So we will get a trick ship rework on the 25th, and we will get storms probably on the 25th. So many people are assuming we will get a new story for the tricks at the 25th as well, because it all ties together flavor-wise.
See, makes
all,
sense.
All hail Triglav. Hey Ash, please take it away, and you're allowed to mock me if you feel like it.
Glorification of the fit, mortification of the unfit. No, Caleb, I just got one question for you. Are you still convinced that I will not be able to resurrect the Dixie Market?
No. I was eating my hat all day yesterday. You can go back. I did it in the beginning, and I did it at least 3 times. I ate my hat on the not newsworthy twice, and I ate my hat on the Dixie thing. I was completely apologizing to you and said, this is definitely me being wrong, and you guys have just proven it. Of course, I would ask you, how do you feel about the fact that the goons were helping you with this?
Well, I thought it was very interesting because, like, when Billy came out really early and said that basically everyone should be supporting the HISEC side of things.
Thanks for the follow.
The big question immediately that
Esport
came
Fatal.
across, like, all of my intel channels was, what was Goons going to do in reaction to this? Was this going to be the proxy war?
Oops.
So it was something that we were kind of waiting on all day. And one of the things I really loved about it is that Edencom has resorted to suicide ganking quite a bit in recent conflicts. And so having Mini Love show up and show them how to do it right was kind of hilarious.
Well, I was a little bit in a drama situation because when I was following this, you were not on, and I was sitting there thinking, where is Ash and all the trick stuff? Because we need that right now, because now Willy and friends have just pinged and they're going to send fleets and it's going to flip. It's like, oh my god, I want this route to be destroyed because it's just going to be so exciting to see a meaningful change to the map done by the players. And I was hoping that none of Null was going to get involved, but when they then were, I kind of got to the point where, okay, I want to see if this brings on a proxy war, and it did. That was so dramatic to me, and I was just almost like on a point where I wanted to rage ping you and say, are you sleeping, dude?
Oh no, I was tweeting and watching and talking in back channels, and for a while I was actually sitting in the Edencom, or I was actually sitting in local, going back and forth with people. One of the problems is that my internet has been so unstable that I can't do stuff a lot, and then I also had my son for part of the day. So it was exciting, but I also had to be somewhat of a outside observer. I got to fly for about 2 or 3 hours probably total.
Were you impressed at the speed, by the way? Because I was talking a bit with Bart Ghost, and he said the normal time of these things run for is quite high, and it looked like to me that Goons pretty much finished them at record speeds. Am I wrong in that?
Right, depends on...
Like, having one go overnight like that is about as fast as they can go. Like, usually when, like, a fortress, like, something goes into readout or, for Edencom, often those will lock in, like, by the morning, like this. But that's simply because, when they're just grinding through the stuff, they just see it as grinding through the bar twice. So, when we stop fighting them in, like, a readout or whatever, they can blitz it through very fast. So what this, basically what I'm saying is, yeah, this was a lot of people are actually upset by how fast it went through first and second liminality, especially given how long it took to grind. There is almost 3 to 4 hour stalemate where it sat at 77% for that whole time, and then actually started to drop.
Yeah, it's basically based on resistance, right? Like, if it's an advantage to the side that is further in on the NPC side of things. Like, if the Triglavians have pushed it into first liminality, then the Triglavians spawn a better mix of NPCs for sides and roamers. So they are stronger, so it will auto-push a bit in that direction. So it's harder to push back, and it will auto-glide pass. But if you have people who run a first liminality and no pushback from the other side in Edencom, basically after it entered first liminality, they didn't give up, so to speak, but there was very little resistance of them and very little presence. So if you have a big force and...
So Edencom was doing pretty well, keeping us stalemated for the good portion of the afternoon, right? When the goons showed up, the bar started to move a little bit in our favor, but it was only after the goons started headshotting all the Edencom FCs and completely breaking their morale and essentially deleting the resistance is when the bar went super fast. When you have 3 goon fleets plus the trig fleets, like, you know, there's not a lot of light being talked about on the trig fleets in this proxy war. We did a lot of the heavy lifting, but the goons came in and knocked down the resistance and then finished the job. When you have that many fleets running at the same time, you have, you know, the goons are exclusively just running sites with their fleets, and all the trig players, you know, all 125 of us, were doing roaming fleets. So without Edencom doing roaming fleets and without them doing sites, of course it went by hella fast because we weren't having to, you know, split our fleet in half to do both sets of content, right? Because, you know, when we didn't have that kind of support, we would have at most, like, you know, 50 guys in each section, probably more people in the site section, and less guys roaming around the system killing the roaming fleets. So, you know, numbers matter, but that's the only reason why it went so damn fast, is because we just had, you know, 300 people in there pushing for the trig side last night, right? That doesn't happen. So, you know, I just thought I'd throw that out there. You know, it's what happened.
Not only were Goon Swarms there, but the Kybernauts or the Triglavian Initiative community was very, very motivated to push the system, because very many people have waited a long time to push the system. So we managed to have a big force that pushed basically downhill, you could say. And if you have a big force pushing downhill with no resistance, then it's quick, or as quick as it can be.
Right. Am I back?
Yes, you're back, because I would really like you to completely tinfoil hat like a crazy person and tell me all the things that's going to happen the next 3 months with this and the full crescendo, so I can disagree with you and you can then get me to eat another straw hat.
The biggest things that we know that are coming is the construction of whatever the hell it is in the zenith, which may or may not be a star, and the inevitable attack of Jita, as signaled in the Stargate disruption. Like, we are still looking towards a couple of events. So my tinfoil at this point is that these porvidium transmuters are changing the nature of the stars, and the relationship between these stars and each other create these gravitational disturbances that function almost like Lagrange points. And these are where stargates can be built, right? So they use these stargates, they put them in these very specific positions and dial them in against each other in order to create the wormholes. And it takes a very particular kind of topology of space in order to create those wormholes, which is why the Talican technology and the static gates were so much more impressive, and why what they did to wormhole space was so impressive was because they literally used just the power of a sun to manipulate the topology of space in order to make connections that wouldn't have been able to be made originally. So I think that's what the Triglavians are trying to do, and in the process, gates that were aligned to previous Lagrange points may no longer be valid, and new gates may be able to be formed.
I'm just going to take you out of the long language just a little bit, because I completely agree with almost everything you say right now, because I almost said something similar before you dropped in on the stream. But do you think those potential gate things is that thing that we've been promised of being able to actually build proper gates? And do you think that they will then be able to only connect like space that's been taken over by Triglavians, and thus almost like linking what is effectively phase space to phase space?
I actually believe that they are going to try to use this to make their own connections to wormhole space. It was said last year, you know, if you're going to invade your enemy, your ancient enemy, you would first need a foothold in known space. And I think that that's what they have done. They've established a foothold, and they've started to manipulate the stars to dial them in to be able to go after their true enemies of the drifters.
So you're saying we're going to be able to build some sort of gate system from these things into wormhole space?
Right. So the gates could either be going into wormhole space as an aggressive action, or more interestingly, they could be going backwards towards whatever their domain of Bouillon is. So the getting
so new
gory
wormholes.
Again. Right. So the Zordosh Chislav Zemikorg Noimada, which is the title for this operation that the Triglavians are doing, according to their data streams, seems to be suggesting that what they're trying to do is bring their home here. It says from the flow of virage from the domain of Bouillon, which is their area, into the ancient domains, which is here, shall pass from the first liminality into the second liminality, at last to breach third liminality. So whatever is happening, it is the goal of them to bring their domain to here.
So let's assume for the sake of argument that you're completely right. That would mean new space. How big would you think something like that would be? Also, again, back to someone pointing out that these could actually become a playable race. How big would the space be? How many potential wormholes in this phase space thing would be added to the game? And do you think that would be good or bad? Well, of course, good narrative-wise, but people have said that we already have too many systems.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it would literally translate to actual new systems. If anything, this could be a very interesting way to get to and explore Jovian space, for instance, if that was your goal, to actually introduce new space.
See, I knew that was coming. I knew that was someone was going to throw that out there eventually. We'll see what happens, but you know, but yeah, I mean, he seems to know what's going on more than anyone else.
I've long since theorized that the eventual crown jewel of all of this precursor crisis nonsense that started with Rubicon was to eventually open up Jove space. That's why the gates got shut offline. That's why they talk about Jove space so intimately in Inheritance, etc., etc. But that being said, having like a home system that I've jokingly referred to as Pandaria to be like this central system that all Triglavian people are allowed to go to, and then leave from there to any of the other entry points, would function as that kind of superhighway that you were referring to, that you've referred to before, where the systems can actually be led between them, but you would just go to the domain of Bouillon, for instance, as your middle way. But again, I don't know if this is actually what they're going for exactly, but it is one of the possibilities.
Well, it's usually the fact that when you're talking about predictions of law, they get very close to coming true. So when we're talking about this, of course, I would reject the whole Jove thing, because if I'm not mistaken, Jove space is pretty much like normal space, and they have their stations and everything, and we can almost we used to be able to see them, but this space that they live in, the Triglavians, seem to be so hostile and alien to us, even more so than wormholes traditionally, right?
I'm back, by the way.
Well, the Triglavians are defined by the scarcity of the abyss. That's why there's so much conflict. That's why they're dwindling people. That's why their ships have gone from large to small. The abyss is very resource starved compared to the utopia that is New Eden. And so the idea that there is this untold cache of technology and resources that's locked away in Jovian space. Meanwhile, the drifters are ripping apart, Jovian technology from the second Jovian, or late Empire Jove, throughout New Eden in the form of the observation posts, and this kind of interest in hunting down the technology or pillaging the technology of the past. This even the Dyson, or the object that they're building, this new structure that they're constructing, is very reminiscent of the Dyson swarm of the Talican. So I remember the Triglavians are contemporaries of the Jovians and know a lot about the Jovian Empire, to the point where they do searches in their database for the second Jovian Empire and get results off of it in some of their communications. So the idea that there was once a known technology that used things like Isogen 5. There was an understanding of the way that the universe worked that we have lost, and these precursor races are fighting to gain control of it as fast as possible.
Well, I'm definitely excited if we might actually see some new space, even if it's potentially a horrible dust ball thing that we would actually have to go in there and fix with technology that is available through Triglavians, right? That would bring at least some freshness to the game. And this is also why I said I would actually like to see this whole thing becoming almost a playable race and opening new space, because that would mean that the whole Triglavian storyline was finished, and it was actually a really long one to crescendo and finalize with, okay, now it's a playable race, you can go and play in this space just like you can play in Wormholes or Null or HISEC, and then bring back the Empire story. This is really what I would like to see.
I mean, it's not unheard of. So other things that we know about the Triglavians is that they're doing experiments on people in order to try to change them, to adapt them in some way. And that's a big piece out of all of this that has never really been explored, other than just going, hey, isn't it really interesting that they're doing this? And they are continuing to do it. And so this idea of like going through a transformation and becoming a Triglavian, and that's what allows you to be
so
able
I'm not
to
the only
be
person
in
out
their
there that
areas,
thinks
that
this
you are
way,
fit
apparently.
to be glorified and be brought into their system, whatever it is that they've done to themselves,
Or at least picked
to be
up
allowed
what they
to allow
laid
them
down.
to function in their, you know, their territory. They can now do to you.
I'm down.
It is absolutely a possibility, and honestly, it would match some of the things that CCP has said about changes to the new player experience. Most notably, the fact that I know that they've kicked around the idea of making it so you don't choose a faction right away, that everybody starts in one place and goes through one tutorial training program, basically, and then from there, once you're done with that, then you can choose your loyalty.
That makes perfect sense, right? Because then you become an Amar, you become a Triglavian, you become a Galente, depending on what you do. And not only...
You're not born one?
No. Well, you're kind of added into that whole entitled pod pilot.
Well, that should have just went full stop right there, and that should just be a fucking option. But let's continue.
Thing. But what you choose to affiliate with, whether you are mainly hooking yourself into, say, the player-to-player narrative, or whether you want to hook into Amar space, or into Minmatar space, or Galenta space, or Triglavian space, or become one of those mythical things that I don't really think exist, the wormholers, by the way, that's a choice. If that is the future of EVE, it is going to be so superior to every other game MMO-wise out there that my mind will literally blow.
All right, I want to get back to when you were eating hat and apologizing to Astroth.
Do we have to stick to that topic? Seriously?
Yes, we do.
Specifically, what were
Salt
you
for
wrong
the salt
about?
gods.
Welcome back, Ash.
Okay, you remember what I said, right? It's out there. You can go and check it out, right? I said everything that this PvE stuff that Ash is such a huge fan of, not that I don't like it, because I think it's cool that it's in there, it's just for the EVE player, the big narrative, it's not newsworthy. And this design completely make that wrong, right?
Schwarzengard,
this is
thanks for the
exactly what
follow.
happened. This is not just newsworthy, it's like 2 days newsworthy and ties into a war and will completely shake up the whole economy and potentially give Ashtarothi his Dodixie. I'm saying hacks. I'm saying you've been talking to devs and you're getting your fucking will.
Don't make excuses. All right, so basically you're saying that the development of the game on the PvE part is important, is affecting the structure of the game just as much as the PvP development and the balancing of ships and the balancing of SOV and the structure changes and that sort of stuff that's made for players.
Yeah, this time they nailed it, right? They've talked about PvE/PvP stuff before. They've talked about these things that they wanted to do, have PvE that ties into and affects PvP in a meaningful way. And I think they tried something like that with Resource Wars and it failed miserably. And I've just been not really excited about it because I couldn't see how they could do it, especially because I think it's because they didn't have the balls to do what they did with Invasion. This is exactly the type of stuff that makes it real, and that's why I had to eat my hat.
Okay. since we have Ash here, what do you think of the Zenitra changes? By the way, Rocket X, if you want to come in, you can.
So, personally, for me, just about 2 weeks ago, as we were all dealing with everything in the Triglavian Collective, one of the things I've been doing is I just now, I got a big donation from a benefactor to make the Triglavian stuff run. So I've just been buying all of the loot and salvage, so that way they can do payouts for the stuff, and I'll figure it out later. Well, one of the big things to deal with was the Zenitra blueprints, because it was like none of the Zenitra blueprints were selling because they weren't good enough, and no one was actually running the Edencom side to get the salvage for it. So I've just started eating all of the. I've probably bought like 2.5 billion plus worth of blueprints of various different pieces of Zenitras here and there, and I was like, I hope to do something nice to them soon.
So you've accidentally come across something that is now 2.5 times more powerful.
Can I volunteer, Ash Dorothy? If you want to do any like public offering and stuff, I would be more than willing to help be third party and manage that for you, so people can actually invest in your future endeavors.
I appreciate it.
Wow. Okay, so you stumbled upon something that was of less value before. You bought it all up. Now they changed the Zenitra. Now this thing is a lot more valuable. You probably increased your investment. Good for you.
Yeah, although it does mean that now future blueprints that drop are probably going to be a lot more expensive for me to buy. But you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But the raw materials that you're going to be living off of is going to increase in value. This is back to something we've talked about
before. Well, that's actually a real
right?
problem, because that's Edencom. Edencom gets the materials. That's going to be an interesting piece of all of this.
So they can starve you out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the reason why the Zenitra is like, so the materials to build the Zenitra has skyrocketed since Chapter 3, because Edencom doesn't run the Dread site very often.
That's right, man.
They never run it, pretty much never run it during Eliminality. And during the readout bulwark phase, it's very fast most of the time, and running the Dread site versus just grinding on the normal sites is just not as important to them. And for a long time, Edencom didn't get the bonus standings that Trigs do for finishing the Dread site. So they were really not incentivized to do it, and therefore there's not a lot of the material to build the Dreads out there.
Right, and that's what you picked up on the market cheap.
Well, not on the market. So they ran these sites. They ran these sites, and he had to buy the loot so that everybody could get payouts, and he gets the loot. And he was buying what effectively was useless loot at the time, because like it was a bad ship, and now it's a really good ship, and he has the prints for it.
So you didn't buy it off the market. You were paying for the labor to collect it, and you were buying it up to keep them working, the people who were running these things, but you were buying up the byproduct, the loot, and now that loot is worth a lot more.
Right. Yeah, so the way they...
Okay, so for the 5 minutes of them saying the same thing over and over again, yes, we get it. They buffed the Dreadnought, therefore the loot is more valuable. GG.
Collective now or the TTI now works, is that we've implemented a system that's kind of a modified version of my old invasion system. So the FCs can deploy fleets from our website, and it tracks everybody who's in the fleet every 15 minutes. And all of the loot and salvage for the entire invasion is collected during that entire time. Once a system is completed, all of the loot and salvage and blueprints are all pulled together, and they're sent to me, and I purchase them. And then Leon, who's basically the de facto head of the TTI at this point, then pays everybody out based on shares, based on how much they were there and the loot.
Cool. All right.
So this Dreadnought, as we said, is constructed by things that come from both sides of that site. So if the
right, but only one side's being ran right now.
Yeah, exactly. So if the Triglavian guys are running that site and getting a bunch of blueprints, and the Edencom guys are not running the site and they're not getting the drops that are needed in order to build the thing.
Can I just take my hat off for CCP for actually integrating something that's creating interdependency in a very, very complicated and meaningful way that actually brings a lot of potential gameplay.
That same team replicated that to some degree, not exactly the same way, with the Upwell ships. The way that those are now made, so you get the drops to make them from killing Edencom aligned ships. I know they're just regular Empire ships, but they drop the Upwell ship parts, and you get the parts from that. Or you can and that's if you're Triglavian. If you're Edencom, then you can buy them with your loyalty points and drops that you get off the Triglavians. And there's some stuff that only Edencom has access to. For instance, the blueprints and the books are sold for DED loyalty points, and that's not available to the Trig players.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Caleb, that it's created interdependency because all people will do in order to get around that interdependency is create an alt on the other side so they could farm the complete set, right?
But that doesn't change anything because your activity will have an impact, so you can't really cheat. Or am I wrong, Ash? If you fight for Trigs and Edencom, you're either keeping some sort of stalemate, so you're not moving the seesaw, and you're getting less, right? So if there's a depletion or a bottleneck on one side,
I'll
you
watch
have
it
to
later,
shift
Swartz
the
and
seesaw
Guard.
on that side. That means that even though you have a character on both sides, which is most likely something that the people that game the game will do, you are still going to push that one down and change the map.
What's being missed here is that
just in the middle
neither side is farming the dread site loot. One side is farming the dread site's effects on the invasion, and one side is not engaging. But neither side is farming loot. Certainly no one is farming both sides for the loot. I would venture to say that most of the activity in invasion systems is not for the loot, but rather for the competition.
Most of this has been like a fight to control which systems go liminal and not, rather than let's get some dreadnoughts, right? It's all about the space and changing the map, rather than actually getting things from it. It's not about the escort, I don't think. It hasn't been.
Yeah, this is
so Chapter 3. Yeah, Chapter 3 has been a marked departure from Chapters 1 and 2, because you have this tug of war, and B, the result is people not asking what's the S per hour as much anymore.
Okay,
Right.
Ash, one last thing, and then after Ash, I'm going to switch the subject to Billy and Rocket X.
We would be honored if you would
and
join
we gotta go.
us.
So we have about 10 minutes left. Ash, your final comment on this?
Sure.
Wobble
just
and
one last
Williams,
thought
thanks
about
for the follow,
the
bro.
subject of the difference between the two sides on this fight. So the dreads only occur during stage 2, which means either it's in first or second liminality, in which case it's low sec, or it is in redoubt and bulwark, in which case the Edencom guys are grinding it as fast as they possibly can to get it into fortress and move on. So the point is that A, no one gets that
In-game
long of
chat
an opportunity to run these sites any dang way, and B, to run it one way means to not run it the other way. So Edencom is not going to be able to do it very much in a liminality because the Kybernauts are going to be like making it too dangerous to run such a complex site. And even in HISEC, Ology and other
God damn it, FC.
like interference tactics
I
that
think my
cannot
FC
be
hates
disrupted
me.
as easily in HISEC can really
And we'll have to wait for the conclusion of that concept.
Cliffhanger.
He got clipped.
Yeah, his internet drops out. But what he's saying is that it could be, you can stop the Edencom players from running those sites in their own in the systems that they're controlling, and the Edencom players can be stopped as well from running it in the Triglavian control system.
Okay.
So there's not much of an opportunity, and the Trig players can do it, and the Edencom players can't.
Great, thank you. We will have more on that Hangout Talking in Stations Discord for that kind of conversation and more details on that. If you have questions, we have a help channel. Write your questions there. They get answered actually really quickly. But we have Billy back and Rocket X at the same time. I can't waste the opportunity to ask you guys what's going on in Providence now.
Not much.
Well, Robbie's not there anymore.
Robbie's
So,
gone.
Yeah, we ended the NIP. As you might have noticed, like the entirety of CVA's space is reinforced. It comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, I did notice that. It's 1 month early, so what happened?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I was left trying to maintain a NIP with an entity that no longer exists. So, so all it meant really was that when we initially, like, Billy and I initially had the conversation, it was like, okay, probably going to break if we don't kind of nip this in the butt right now, right? So the NIP went ahead, and then Provi, to everyone's surprise, decided that rather than take the opportunity to rebuild, they were going to up and leave. And on EQ's part, the CEO of CVA and Provi Block, it was really him taking a stand and saying that he didn't really want to live under the oppressive force that RC has become to Providence. So rather than kind of living there with almost our permission and Billy's backing, he decided to up and leave. So I mean, a lot of people would say that's kind of a cowardly thing to do, but you know, he's also taken a leadership decision to move out. The problem is that because of the politics there, that as we all know now, Provi Block has basically all gone separate ways. Some have gone to Legacy, some have gone. I mean, CBA is now in Placid, trying to shoot abandoned in it Athenors, and fighting Shadow Cartel.
Oh, he's warping
RA
too fast. That's what he's doing.
Which is the T-Mark Total Eclipse group.
Okay.
They're still all sitting in Sasala. I don't know, like when they're moving on, if they're going to Great Wildlands, but at the end of the day, like there was literally no possibility of them moving back in. And after they kind of went towards this path, I was in a position where I was just like, well, I want to leave the door open and allow them to come back if they want to, but the way Provi's gone, it just means that that's impossible at this point. So the holding the NIP for the remainder of the time would be basically just us keeping the region on ice for no reason and not being able to secure it and put things in place so that there isn't a fucking hole in the map that anyone can just walk in and cause problems for us and our neighbours.
Right.
So that's what's going on right now.
Thank you. I should have introduced you properly at first, but Rocket X is the executor of Wrecking Crew, who essentially holds power in Providence now that Provi Block has collapsed and left. And Billy was somebody that brokered the non-invasion pact that has basically fallen apart a month early because one of the parties has basically vacated the territory, which is what you just heard from Rocket X. What do you have as far as plans for this place?
Well, we're securing strategic systems for like jump bridges and things like that, making capitals for systems that we are like on pipes and that won't be like ADMs raised by actual activity. Then like some of the smaller alliances are taking some pockets so that they can mine moons and crab, etc., etc. There are a few constellations that are currently unaccounted for. The intent is to leave some of them empty and hand some of them to whoever wants them, but also kind of set a bar where we're not just filling it with like crabs just like Provi. So each kind of alliance that goes in there is going to have some kind of ability to do something for itself in a way, and try and watch those alliances grow from there. It's going to be interesting though. I mean, we've obviously now we're kind of direct neighbours with Legacy, and we've already had some kind of conversations with them and a few of the entities on kind of the border. We've already got kind of working relationships with them now, so things are starting to settle down from that perspective, and it's a kind of trend that we want to continue to push. On our side, we're just kind of holding the line and reinforcing the border of Legacy space at this point, to make sure if anyone does try and come in that they're going to have to go through us to get to anything Legacy-wise. Because I mean, Derelict's right on the southeast border of like Catch, Provi, Curse, right? So anything going down there has to really go through us. So we've become the buffer zone that was Provi, really.
Right. So inside of Providence was Keepstar and 9UI, which is basically known as the market center hub of Providence. That went to Severance. Severance has joined Legacy, so Legacy basically owns the Keepstar in Providence, at least one of them. Was there more than one? I think there's two.
Yeah, no, it's just there's two Keepstars in were Provi Block. One was the Coalition Hispania one, Argentinian guys, all Spanish speaking. They basically have never really, they didn't agree with what was going on in Provi and Provi Block leadership, so they literally haven't shown up for a fleet against us for like the last year. So we had nothing against them. They're still happy being neighbours with Legacy, and there's no issue there, so we just glued them and left them to it, really. The other Keepstar is, as you say, the 9UI one, which is now in Severance, which is part of Legacy. Again, we've got no issue with them. You know, it's either going to stay there or get unanchored or something, but there's no intention to kill it, so yeah.
Yeah.
So really, what are you gonna do with it?
Wasn't even tracking it, basically, like
Kinda
up
busy.
until like a day or two ago, and then somebody's like, "Are you tracking this?" I'm like, "Nope."
Well,
I
it was,
did.
I am killing
EQ
shit.
transferred it to Severance, knowing that you know, we have positive ties with Legacy, and therefore wouldn't shoot it at the moment the NIP ended, because essentially we had this like NIP coordination channel with Provi Block like CEOs and stuff, and they I put in there like literally I spoke to Billy first and was like and had the conversation, which was basically well, Provi's gone and the region's empty, so and they no longer exist, so I'm going to end this. And Billy, your response was basically, well, I mean, what can we do, right?
Well,
So,
I mean, they do not exist. Like, you know, it's like, you know, you brokered this deal, but they don't kind of exist anymore. I'm like, well, yeah, they no longer really exist. So, I mean, what do you want me to say here? Like, you know, nobody wants the little guy in Provi to get hurt here. Like, you know, nobody's got any real malice towards them. It's just
The little guy.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it
Do
wasn't
what we're
really.
gonna do.
We kind of like between the net really allowed RC to offer the opportunity for Provi to have that break. Like without Billy, that never would have been possible, because the relationship between us and Provi didn't exist where such a deal could be broken, right? And really, that was kind of a saving grace for Provi, but you know, they just up and left.
All right. Well,
Provi doing Provi things.
So on another page for you, Billy, you're busy. You got fingers all over the place. You're monitoring the situation in HISEC. You're not tracking Providence, but it's happening, and then you're in the middle of a war. Tell me about what you think about Narja.
I mean, Narja is gone. It is now Triglavian space.
Does this hurt you or Fraternity or any of?
No, not really.
He's lying.
No.
Well, Goonswarm fought in that to make sure that it changed over to Triglavian. They sent 3 fleets. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, they wanted to go have fun, so they did. Like, we saw that. Like, our opinion was we were staying neutral. We saw them send a fleet, so we're like, all right, we'll declare for Eden Calm. You know, a bit of RP, whatever.
Right. Well, which one came first? Did they show up for Triglavians first?
Yeah. They had like a 150-man fleet up. That was why we sent out the ping. We're like, all right, well, if we got to declare for somebody, we may as well declare against goons. You know, so.
Keep the hostility up.
Something like that.
Don't confuse the issue. No, I see. Okay. Last thing is, and I didn't get a chance to talk to you since this happened, but you guys took a punch to the face in YTech too. What happened?
I mean, I don't know if I'd call it a punch to the face. We lost a Raven fleet to bombs, but
yeah, but I think it swung morale pretty hard on, at least on the Imperium side. They were celebrating that.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's the first time they had a battle where they didn't lose, and that.
So rude.
well, let's be fair. They came out even in the IS-Corps, and their Keepstar didn't get reinforced more. Like, that's literally all that happened, right? Like.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like it's the way you look at it, right? Like, yeah, they won the battle, I guess, but they won the battle by not losing the battle, I guess would be another way to put it. You know, it's literally a situation where they went even IS-4 wise. You know, they fed a whole fleet trying to get in, and you know, then they bombed our Ravens because mistakes were made, and you know, then the Keepstar wasn't reinforced anymore.
Yeah.
And then we just did another Keepstar the next day. Like, it's.
Now everybody seems to pin this on ProGod. How's he doing? Is he smarting from
He's
this?
fine. It's not the first time he's, you know, had a moment where things didn't go right.
Is he gonna quit?
No.
Okay.
As I said, man, he's had more than his share of hiccups in his EVE career.
Yeah.
Was that even like a rumor? Was that a thing? Did that
No.
Oh, I'm sure the goons spun it that way.
Well, no, it's true that not that he's going to quit, but it's true that he can sometimes be flaky, right? Like sometimes I don't know if he leaves the thing, but things kind of fall apart sometimes with ProGod, don't they?
Thanks for the follow,
It's
SP.
just my experience.
From my experience, like having known.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Okay.
Doc, appreciate.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes he does like sleep in or like show up late to stuff, and
Yeah.
we all make fun of him. But like,
But he doesn't
you know,
quit.
No, he's not that kind of guy.
All right, that's probably a better way to put it. He sleeps in. All right.
Well, I mean, like, you know, I'm not trying to throw shade. It's just like it's a hilarious kind of little truth of him. So
Honestly,
no,
I don't loot
he
these
eats,
guys.
He
I
eats
just
chicken wings and pizza on screen. He sleeps in. He's a regular guy. What do you want? Why we like him?
And he still has perfect supper hair.
just Caldari,
All right.
regular shit.
Hey, Rocket X, thanks for
Caldari
coming
drop.
by. Villy, thank you too. Ashdrathi, it's good to see you. Caleb, thanks for holding down the fort with Fawn Sway. Gregorin, Silva, and Tiberius, thank you guys for hanging out with us here in the on-air channel. We're going to spill over to the public.
All right, finally that's over.
Alright, tell me when I'm clear for warping.
You are clear for warping. If you are fast, because we're just the third wave just spawned.
I'm in an executor, so yeah, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Yeah, they did talk about
Honest,
the,
even
they did talk
engaging
about it
faithful
slightly,
feeling with your
but
face.
not a lot.
Nah, you left me alone.
They talked about how the value of the loot went up. That's about it.
This is good.
Schwarzengard,
Few
you're gonna fuck
survives
me up.
Playing.
Aw,
Easy.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Zones to things all the time on time in this area.
Alright, make sure the drones are in. We're gonna go to QAM. I'll give you extra time because we're gonna make sure that Zat has joined us on field.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm in the executor.
And take the wing warp.
There's always someone that don't like Volley yet.
He was too busy distracted by getting compliments. Get those drones out and start murdering. Oh, you like white skins, do you? IM or EM? Would you like some white Amar skins? Some purity of the throne, as it were? Perhaps on tear.
In Rust, we trust.
Oh, true. I'm just saying because I've got.
Oh, just reputation and ISK for doing the sites.
The white
I mean,
ones
if you
as
can
well.
have a salvager,
And, I wouldn't mind
you
selling
can
them
salvage the shit and make more money, but that's
if
about
people
it.
want them. I'm open to offers and to check if I actually have them. Purpose on Ignatius. Definitely keep the Logi up.
Don't worry, I got my watch list set up.
Alright, we're in third wave. We're going to go to WXB next. Get your line on and get your drones in. And keep flick up.
Wait, I think that fight wasn't finished yet.
Oh, it's
Gonna finish now.
Oh, I just can't lock.
Drones, drones, drones. Get them back, please.
Did you spool on something you shouldn't have?
Yes, on flick. No, why doesn't the site finish? It's just strange.
Killed my connection as well by looking at me. Hey. You and your in-game DDoS mechanics.
Yep.
Everybody warped.
Yes, you did.
Yep, not in the right direction.
Yeah, you did. You're in tunnel with us.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. That's the miracle of the internet.
Yep. Don't warp away from here until Flick comes in. Just hold for a bit, I would say.
Yep.
He doesn't get stuck out here. Gets killed. Shoot the thing if you have range.
Yep, move long range and start to pew. Or warping after Severian. It's your call.
Yes, I am. I didn't change the stream title. Oh, come on, Schwarzengard. It takes a lot more than that to rattle me, brother.
Flick, you're back in.
You take your drone. Thank you.
I love you too, you crazy son of a bitch. Not as fast as I would like it to. We got about 30 minutes still downtime. We still got 14% to go. We're making really slow progress, but then again, we have very, very tiny PP tonight. Our fleet very small.
Oops, on Flick. So is there anyone who's down to take over after downtime for a little bit? Or otherwise we might take a break until some other people get back. No, we still got like half an hour to
Oh,
downtime.
what's up, Neon?
Just as a heads up. We're gonna go to PET next. Let's get your line
Let's
on.
see. Oh, shit.
And get Definos wrapped up.
What am I looking at here? Stellar reconnaissance. No.
Oh, gracious.
Okay, how good. That was taking some damage, but it didn't get quite good. Right.
Eh. Oh yeah, Edencom got 2 of them, I think.
I guess
we got one of them.
Goliath.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
We
no.
have very small fleets.
Golith. I'm never going to be confident with pronouncing your name.
Ah, the site's done now.
Make sure you get your drones in.
Then yeah, I guess we did get another system. Like I worked today, so I don't know. I got home and we were doing Ahtila or Ahtila, whatever.
Oh, I get bombed.
By the sign now.
No.
We're out here
another
doing
ship.
flipping this back to minor victory.
Still haven't worked yet. There we go.
Hello there.
Yeah, I know. Ahtila is in first limb.
Hey guys.
We're probably gonna go back there after we get done with this.
I will for a short time.
Yes, I can. I'm just looking to put a fleet together to go to
So
Ahtila and lock the dread sites again.
What happened, bro? I was listening to music.
my brain breaks when I try to read what you type sometimes.
So I'm just looking to put a fleet together to go to the first limb system and lock the dread sites after downtime.
Are they? Oh, they're going to unlock.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll reset over downtime, and then so that's where up.
Yeah, generally,
fair enough.
E-sides reset on downtime.
Should only need, about 5 or 6 other people. We only need to kill a couple of NPCs quickly. Just taking one off remote groups would be good.
Well, I'm gonna step down as SC at downtime, so if you want to organize that, if it's okay.
Good. You guys are only 4 jumps away and running anyway, so that'd be awesome.
We had a freak occurrence earlier, or
What's up?
the entire fleet was aligned.
Oh wow. How did you do it?
I made a mistake.
Sounds about right.
Thomas is saying +1 executor or DPS. Whichever you prefer.
Ooh. I almost
We're
killed
going
my
to
damn
CEM
back.
next. Ooh.
Okay, -1. I'm gonna head to the store.
Have a good one. Take care. Surveillance fleet.
Don, you back?
I'm here. What's up?
I was taking all your guys for a main ride earlier.
You said what?
You left your guys tethered on the right tower, and I was fleet walked. I took all your guys for a mean ride around a whole bunch of sites.
Ah. It's awkward. I guess you. When I looked back, you already had go back to. God, look! One time you worked me away. I was like, "No, all of my guys worked away."
You gonna come over to Ahtila after downtime and help us lock those sites up?
Yeah.
Awesome, bro. That'd be great.
Yeah, no, I just didn't hear you the first time. Just listening to music.
Nice, nice. Yeah, no, I don't want Edencom sneaking in there while no one else is in there and getting through stuff.
We
and try
found
and push
the
the system
door.
back. Because I know they feel insulty and they want to stick it to us any way they can.
Yeah, I was definitely not trying to let that happen. Get out of my sight, you dirty bandits!
I tried to take them with me, but I don't know who will come. Lock him up and knock him down. You got this. My apologies for inefficiencies in the last set or two.
Unacceptable!
I was busy giving meme payouts. Also, Tear needs some reps. Oh, you did a minute ago. Now go with. Go rep, go live.
Oh, I'm not dead yet. Well, I guess I didn't die being AFK.
That's fair. Also plays Repsitakis. Thanks for coming out. Hope you had a decent time. Alright, we're going to go to VRO next. I think we can get through a few more sites before downtime. We're at 88%.
How so?
Is pretty swell. Drones in.
Tempest Bro, did you try to bump me?
That's right, Flick. That's where we're going. I have been slow. Now it's time to make like a Dalek and exterminate.
No, that's not the right cadence. You have to go exterminate.
Oh.
The more obnoxious the tone, the better.
Well, Tal, I'm glad I helped change your mind.
It's true, you know. And to quote Douglas Adams, their resistance is useless. Let's show our gun off some love. Make sure that was Shaq knows what's up. Did you do, Oh.
Looks like there is a couple of meeting comms in Ahtila. Trying to push it back. use executive fleets. Yeah, there's an executive fleet on the gate when I jumped in, and there's one on the right side.
I see.
How much people are there?
There's only 12 in local. But yeah, no, there's a few people around. There's a couple of battleships on the gate when I jumped in. They were sitting on top of the gate ready to jump out, but they were shooting the troops while the executive fleet was taking care of them. I was not sticking around. There's like 6 executive battleships on the Raitaru right now, and the trig fleet that's here is just all frigates.
So it's about
Fair game, yeah. Now it's down ticked since I've been in here, but let me just check site. Yeah, they're running emerging conduits. There's only 2 conduits up.
We're gonna go to V, or no, not VAF, ZGX. Show me those drones in. Yeah. Nacious knows what's up. With my short notice align.
My cruiser.
Must only be a couple running emergence, because there's 1, 2, 3 people inside in the station. So that's 6 total, and then 12 in local.
It's not
so
crack,
another
brother.
6 people out and about. And jump in my Nurgle and have a look around.
Alright.
And just who happen to have 2 covert ops ships in there as well.
Nice work. You know what to do. Let's see if we can get 3 sites before downtime. Or well, before docking up for downtime. If we're close, I'm confident that we can do 3. We might be able to do 4. And if we're really on to
You're welcome
5.
for that. And I thought you were going to bed, Schwarzengard.
Oh no, the load screen of death.
It be dawning soon. I need to go crawl back in my coffin. Oh. You too, huh?
Yo, Ter, just out of curiosity, what's your trig rep like now? Nice. Our next place is going to be MFQ.
Oh yeah, you linked the video earlier and I didn't watch it.
Get those drones in.
Oh, Fight Club.
Our way. Everything's a copy of a copy.
So yeah, we've definitely gotten at least 10 ticks for tail, so that's nice.
When deep space exploration ramps up, it'll be the corporations that
We're
name
at
everything.
89%.
The IBM Stellar Sphere, the Microsoft Galaxy,
And now we're going to
the Planet Starbucks.
I need you out of town a little more this week. We've got some red flags to cover.
It must have been Tuesday. He was wearing his cornflower blue tie.
You want me to deprioritize my current reports until you advise of a status upgrade?
Make these your primary action items. Here's your flight coupons. Call me from the road if there's any snags.
He was full of pep. Must have had his grande latte enema.
Edencom tend to wind down quite early.
Like so many others, I had become a slave to the IKEA nesting instinct.
Yes, I'd like to order the Erica Picari dust ruffles.
If I saw something clever, like a little coffee table in the shape of a yin-yang, I had to have it. The Clip's personal office unit, the Hovitrek home Exerbite, or the Ohaneshad sofa with the string green stripe pattern. Even the Rizlampa wire lamps of environmentally friendly unbleached paper.
You said somebody
I'd
poked through
flip
the
through
taro?
catalogs and wonder, what kind of dining set defines me as a person? I had it all, even the glass dishes with tiny bubbles and imperfections, proof that they were crafted by the honest, simple, hard-working indigenous peoples of wherever.
I was holding.
We're up to 15 and like
We used to read pornography. Now it was the Horchow collection.
No, you can't die from insomnia.
What about narcolepsy? Not off. I wake up in strange places. I have no idea how I got there.
You need to lighten up.
Can you please just
But
give me
we're still,
something?
yeah, there's a little adjustment to 65. The chicks are still
No.
kicking ass.
You need healthy natural
90% naughty.
Choose some valerian root and get more exercise.
They're getting spanked. Also, who lost drones? I must apologize.
That was me. And it wasn't your fault. I was watching a YouTube video.
Oh. Then Eve should repay you. Charge Google for your drones. Reminds me, I've heard that some people just send random invites to their wedding to famous and rich people, because they're not expecting them to show up. They're just expecting them to just be like, yes, sure, fine, whatever, here's a wedding gift. Because apparently some people just randomly will do that.
Hey, if it works, why not?
We would be honored if you would join us.
Thanks, Conwell, for the follow.
Right? I wouldn't mind free money. Get those roughs on tear. Yeah, you got it.
No, this isn't Ahtila. We're in a what fucking system we in right now, and then some. Know me. Non-me. I don't know why we came over here. I guess it was just to flip this back to minor victory or whatever. Yes.
Sorry for the late thing. We're gonna go win.
You know what? I think
No,
I think I've used this fit
Yeah.
before on a Stratios.
When? No? When? I'm joking.
Yeah. Who's on first? Oh, actually. So
Indeed, I
downtime's in
did.
5 minutes.
And I lost to an
I think
Ishtar,
we can
no
smash
less,
this
as
one out
well.
before then, yeah.
Let's do it.
I don't even have to look at my kill mills, bro. I remember that fight.
Go full try hard. Engage. Get up some tear.
I think I lost that Stratios out in Hematar space as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I like it. I like the Stratios. It's a pretty fun ship. I liked flying it back when it first came out. I was able to hop right in it because I had the ship skills. Let me see.
You know, what's the word that Triggs use for people they don't like? It's like proshlots or something?
Where the fuck is
Thank
it?
you.
Combat log. Losses.
After this, we're gonna go to the Hammer and Forge Dhaka. I mean, it's HISEC, we could log off in space, but, you know.
A bit dicey.
Tell those scorpions we don't want any.
I could have swore I lost another Stratios somewhere else.
Bro. Fucking fleet landed on the gates when I fucking jumped in. That was scary.
What an exalted fleet.
I don't even know, bro.
I mean, executive
warp.
fleet.
I hit warp, and I was just like, oh shit.
Yeah, I've seen 3 executive, like full executive fleets. Nothing else but executives, like battleships,
That
battlecruisers.
was 2 years ago.
How
Yeah,
do I
here it
hold
is right
that?
here.
I'm
It's not on my
even gonna
damn loss list.
Let's keep Ignatius up.
Switch off restore gap for a bit.
Yeah, that one right there,
If
right?
you guys jump into Ahtila, just ask and I'll scout the gate.
I think that's the one that I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I just
sure that's
checked
the
it with
one, actually.
The Demovac.
Both drones, dock up. Nice work, everyone. I'm handing you over to Orbringer.
Whoosh, and the Raitari's shields have appeared.
treat him well, or fly around in circles here. It's your choice.
Strange it shows up on Z Killboard, but not my EVE Online history.
Probably. He's taking you to spicy low-sec.
Maybe.
Duck up, and thanks for flying.
Thanks for seeing.
No problem.
Alright, guys. It's shut down. I don't know if I want to come back online.
Alright, have a good one, guys. I'm out.
I think I'm just going to go lay down for a little bit and see if I can sleep. I will catch you guys later and see what's going on when I get up.